746. In the snowy night, a man in a bright red robe casually opened the mountain water restriction and walked out of a cave. He stood at the door and turned his head to look. The words Zhaohua Cave were engraved on the cliff. Luhua Island. The Zhaohua Cave that once had an ascendant realm monster? Looking into the distance, the heavy snow hasn't stopped. The snowflakes were as big as a mat. There was a great beauty between heaven and earth. It was already 1,000 miles white in the snow, and the moon was very round. Chen Pinggan had 3 dreams before, and then he woke up. Did he wake up, or did he just enter the dream? When Chen Pinggan opened the door, ripples surged. The immortal mansion on the sea, which was always in a state of panic, immediately sensed something strange. Sword light and treasure light lit up one after another, breaking the night sky. In a few blinks of an eye, they rushed to the Zhaohua Cave from different directions, and more than a dozen cultivators surrounded them. Chen Pinggan immediately stretched out his finger and gently touched the robe. The bright red robe instantly became the same color as the white snow, and then covered his face with the skin of a young man. Chen Pinggan reached out to catch the snowflake, as if he needed to use it to confirm whether he was still in the dream. The cultivators formed a formation, as if facing a great enemy. A nascent soul realm sword cultivator was floating in the air on his sword. He was the leader in the middle, and his expression was dignified. He was afraid that the hidden monster who roamed the sea and committed crimes was going to stake everything here. In these years, the number of immortal mansions and sects on the sea was even more than during the war. It was those monster cultivators who hid in the sea from the land of the 5 continents. There were 2 young men and women beside the old laurel. They were also sword cultivators. It was a pity that they weren't an immortal couple. The 3 sword cultivators had a jade seal tied with a long golden tassel on their waists. It was an ancient seal script with water patterns, and a pocket flying sword was carved on it. It had been many years since he saw so many people at once. It actually made Chen Pinggan a little uncomfortable. He held the snowflake, and his palm was cool. Chen Pinggan had already recognized the origin of the 3 sword cultivators. They were foreigners from Luhua Island. According to the jade seal shape, they should be the direct disciples of the sect pedigree of the South Hassa continent. Chen Pinggan was able to deduce a lot of things based on the appearance of the 3 people tonight. Luhua Island and the Rain Dragon sect were key points that connected the old site of the inverted mountain to the Tongya continent. However, there was only one nascent soul realm cultivator guarding the island, and he had crossed the sea from the South Soro continent. Could it be said that the world was really peaceful? Therefore, not only did the South Soro continent successfully defend its mountains and rivers, but after the war ended, it still had the strength to transfer cultivators across the sea to guard it. In that case, how long had he dreamt for? Where were the demons of the upper 5 realms? Could it be that they had all been annihilated by the boundless heaven? Otherwise, important places like the Rain Dragon sect and Luhua Island would definitely be guarded by at least 2 or 3 cultivators with outstanding killing power. If it was in the final stage, it wouldn't be too much for the Ascendant Realm cultivators to take the lead and 20 to 30 Upper Realms cultivators to block the path of the monster race. Just as Kui Dong had said, he had missed out on a lot. But the world was finally stable. The 3 sword cultivators all noticed that the young man's gaze had become gentle, especially when he looked at the 3 of them. It was especially intimate. This caused the young female sword cultivator to subconsciously lean closer to the old man. The sneaky young man was born with good looks, but he was unexpectedly a playboy. He was tall and slender, with a jade hairpin on his head. He wore a white robe, but his body was slightly hunched. He looked like a golden core realm cultivator. The old nascent soul realm sword cultivator still didn't dare to let his guard down. He asked in a slightly unfamiliar language of the Central Plains, "Who are you?" The young man replied in Tong Yezhou's language with a smile, "Tong Yezhou, second-class guest of the Jade Gui sect, Cao Mo. I'm sorry for disturbing you. I've been fascinated by the Fortune Cave for a long time. I wanted to sneak in and out, but I couldn't resist and accidentally triggered the restriction." An old man from Luhua Island immediately asked in Tong Yezhou's language, "Since you're a guest of the Jade Gui sect, have you ever been to the Cloud Cave Blessed Land?" Chen Pinggan was waiting for this. He nodded and said, "Of course, I have visited all 18 sceneries of the Cloud Cave. When he was in the Summer Palace, he would occasionally read all kinds of secret files that had been sealed for a long time. So he was not unfamiliar with Tong Yezhou and Jade Gui sect." The old man from Luhua Island smiled and said, "Since Immortal Master Cao has visited the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, then you should know that there is a stall at the Rotten Rope Pavilion at the Cloud Gate Ferry all year round. What do you sell outside the pavilion? What do you want me to sell?" Chen Pinggan raised his hand and a jade bamboo folding fan appeared in his hand. He lightly tapped the palm of his hand and sneered, "As an honored guest, you would also visit the Rotten Rope Pavilion that cheats outsiders for a few pieces of snow? I can't afford to lose face like this. When I visited the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, I only went to Huang Heji to drink 3 bowls of moonlight wine, and then went to Yunding Peak to sleep. At dawn, I used a white reed broom to sweep the clouds, and I collected the clouds into my sleeves. Without the restriction of 1 catty, I only collected 3 catties each time, and the price was 40% off. Are you jealous?" The old man from Luhua Island was so scared that he almost believed him. Especially this young cultivator from Tong Yezhou, the old man felt that he was not unfamiliar with the arrogance of this young man. In the early years, all the immortal masters from Tong Yezhou were like this. They were so arrogant that it made people want to punch them in the face. The younger they were, the more their eyes were above their eyebrows. But now, among the cultivators from Tong Yezhou, most of them had gone to the 5th world. The old Yuanying of Dameng Shui said in his mind, "Hu Chen, make sure that he is not a monster first." The disciple named Hu Chen on the side obeyed his master's order and immediately took out an ancient mirror. The young man silently chanted the incantation, holding the mirror with one hand and making a gesture with the other, and gently stroked the surface of the mirror. There were 2 circles of inscriptions engraved on the ancient mirror. 2 strings of golden words began to rotate, shining with colorful light. Ancient mirror reflects the true spirit, the body element is pure, the moon reflects the truth and a bright moon contains the true spirit, all things in the world cannot be hidden. Chen Pinggan was still tapping his palm with the folding fan. He looked up and narrowed his eyes. It was the plain moon mirror, one of the 6 Howren demon-revealing mirrors. Judging from the ripples of the young cultivator's mind and aura, as well as the signs of the thunder art, he should be using one of the unorthodox thunder arts, which was specially used to suppress and defeat the demon clan and the spirits of the mountains and lakes, as well as to kill the strange ghosts and evil spirits in the temples. The young sword cultivator raised his arm high, and the ancient mirror in his hand shot out a bright light, which shrouded the young man in white clothes at the entrance of the Cave of Fortune. Chen Pinggan looked calm, but he just gently clenched the jade bamboo folding fan in his hand. In the eyes of those cultivators, the young man did not move at all, and just let the white mirror light shine on his body. White clothes like snow, young man, beautiful and elegant. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist, your Suyu ancient mirror has actually been used by your master as a smokescreen. Your real body is the higher-grade macaque ancient moon mirror, right? This is a magic treasure that can be used as a half-immortal weapon. If I were a jade unpolished realm monster, I would not be able to hide my real body. No wonder fellow Daoist is only a Dragon Gate realm cultivator, but you can train here. It turns out that you have a great treasure in your hand, and you have a card up your sleeve. Fellow Daoist is young, but you are already a direct sword cultivator of the Great Yarrow River, and you also have such a magic treasure that can both attack and defend. I, Cao, will treat you as a Jindan realm cultivator. Only when you become a Jindan realm cultivator can you be considered as a Jindan realm cultivator." Chen Pinggan smiled and cupped his fist. At the same time, he said sarcastically, "Fishing the moon in the water in my dream, and visiting the ancient macaque ancient moon mirror in person." The young Dragon Gate realm cultivator put away the ancient mirror. The old Jindan realm cultivator of Luhua Island said helplessly, "There is really no chance left in our Cave of Fortune." The young man seemed to have a straightforward temperament. He said frankly, "If I don't see it with my own eyes, I will not give up." The old Jindan realm cultivator said, "Immortal Master Cao sneaked into Luhua Island without permission and triggered the restriction of the Cave of Fortune. You have broken the rules of our sect, So you need to go to the ancestral hall. The young man smiled and said, I have asked the questions, and the demon-revealing mirror has also shone, so there is no need to go to the ancestral hall for tea. The old Yuaniing realm cultivator from the great Yarrow River of the South Hassa continent said, You have broken the rules once, and I advise Immortal Master Cow to follow the rules again. When we send a message to the Divine Seal Peak and get a reply, we will let you go. Before that, Immortal Master Cow might as well stay in Luhua Island for a few days. Chen Pingan said helplessly, I am just a guest of the Yugue sect, and the name Cao Mo is not on the Divine Seal Peak's landscape register. When the chaos broke out, I couldn't go to the fifth world, so I had to hide. Now that the world is peaceful, I dare to travel down the mountain. None of the cultivators were in a good mood. From the previous vigilant look, they now looked at Cao Mo with undisguised disdain. How could the stubborn Yugue sect accept such a guest? Is he a guest of the Tongyi sect? The female sword cultivator said, Where is the guest's token? The young man blinked his eyes and said, Sect leader Jiang of the Yugue sect invited me and Lu Fang to go to the Divine Seal Peak to help. I was afraid of death, so I didn't dare to go. So I sent a message to the Yugue sect and returned the precious jade. The old Jindan realm cultivator from Luhua Island was slightly surprised. Sword Immortal Lu didn't die? The young man seemed to regret his words and stopped talking. But the two groups of cultivators stared at him. After hesitating for a long time, he said, Lu Fang once traveled with me to the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. We both cultivated at the Bird's Eye Peak, but I left the Blessed Land earlier. The old Jindan realm cultivator was obviously very familiar with the Yugue sect and the Tongyi continent. At this moment, he began to communicate with the three sword cultivators from the Great Yarrow Water through telepathy. The old Golden Core cultivator finally said, One last question. Immortal Master Cow, may I trouble you to tell me about Sword Immortal Lu? Please tell me everything you know. Also, you must be careful with your words. Sect Master Jiang, Sword Immortal Lu, and I have drunk at the same table. The young man was a little annoyed. He turned his head and stretched his neck. Aren't you guys annoying? Why don't you just beat me to death? Come, come, come. Use your flying swords to chop me. What a great Yarrow Water sword cultivator. You are so arrogant. Sect leader Jiang discussed heroes with Sword Immortal Lu in private. He said that among the sword immortals in the South Soro continent, Cao Shi and the others were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Only the great Yarrow Water elemental sword immortal was worthy of his toast. The expressions of the three great vile water sword cultivators instantly became much friendlier. How could they not be happy that their own sect and their own master could be admired by the sect leader of the Yugue sect? It was just that deep in their eyes, there was a bit of sadness. The Great Yarrow Water had a total of 5 branches. Not all of them were sword cultivators. Only one branch was passed down from Sword Immortal Yuan Qingshu. The old nascent soul stage sword cultivator waved his sleeve. He seemed to feel that this cowardly person was too annoying and should get lost early. Chen Pingan put the jade bamboo folding fan on his waist and once again cupped his fists at the 3 sword cultivators. He left Luhua Island and went to Tongya continent to take a look at the Yugue sect. Jiang Shangzhen was still alive and became the sect leader of the Yugue sect. He was indeed the honorary master of the Luorpa mountain. On Luhua Island, Chen Pingan didn't ask much. He would know what he needed to know. He couldn't stop what he didn't want to hear or know. The Great Yarrow Water nascent soul stage sword cultivator hid his aura and followed him from a distance with a water escape technique. Chen Pingan pretended not to know. But after half an hour, he activated the water word seal, the natal item of the 5 elements, and performed a water-repelling technique. In a flash, he escaped from the nascent soul stage cultivator's sight. The old sword cultivator returned to Luhua Island and said, It shouldn't be a monster, but we still need to send a message to the Rain Dragon sect and the Yugue sect. Cao Mo hid his strength very well. He is most likely a nascent soul stage cultivator, and he is very good at water techniques. No wonder he can be the guest of the Yugue sect. The female sword cultivator said angrily, People like him are the most common in Tongya continent. His ability to escape is the best in the world. The old nascent soul stage cultivator of Luhua Island sighed, "To be honest, cowardly people hiding in the mountains are better than those bastards who rely on monsters and do evil." The old sword cultivator sneered, "Tongya continent is so big, but most of them ran away. They deserve to be infiltrated by the cultivators of the Baoping continent. And they still have the face to quarrel with the Confucian temple in Zhongtu? If I were the sage of the Confucian temple, I would have slapped them." Chen Pinggan walked on the sea, and the wind and snow came again. In the vast wind and snow, he stood alone. He looked around and suspected that he was in the Jade capital. Chen Pinggan immediately took out an item that was close to him. There was nothing to worry about. It was a gift from Kuidong, and there was no restriction on it. After looking around and confirming that there were no cultivators spying on them, Chen Pinggan took off the white jade hairpin. Chen Pinggan racked his brains, but he did not expect this to happen. When he was immersed in it, he found a group of children living in the broken cave. They were all potential sword immortals. The older ones were 7 or 8 years old, and the younger ones were 4 or 5 years old. These children were very familiar with each other. After all, in the small cave inside the white jade hairpin, they depended on each other. The small cave did not have a large area. Although it was small, it had everything. In addition to houses, there were mountains and rivers, plants, pots and pans, firewood, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and everything else. There was even a dragon-slaying cliff that was used to sharpen flying swords. It was the size of a pillar outside the mountain temple, and was priceless. Chen Pinggan just happened to take out one of the talisman boats and ferries from within the talisman boat. Because there was a total of 3 ferries and a sunstream boat within it, Chen Pinggan chose a relatively simple talisman ferry. It could accommodate 30 to 40 people. Chen Pinggan brought the children out of the small cave and fixed the white jade hairpin. A boy with his hands behind his back raised his head and frowned slightly. "Who are you? Where is the hidden official?" "I am Chen Pinggan." Chen Pinggan squatted on the ground and rubbed his glabella. "Tell me your name." 5 boys, He Jiyu, Cheng Chaolu, Bai Xian, Yu Jianwei, Yu Qingzhong. 4 girls, He Xiangting, Yaro Xiaoyon, Nailan Yuji, Sun Chunwang. 7 sword cultivators in the lower 5 realms, 2 cave realm sword cultivators, Bai Xian, Yu Jianhui. Chen Pinggan said, "Firstly, you are not allowed to tell anyone about your hometown. I will teach you the 2 elegant sayings of Aquarius continent and Tongyi continent every day." He Jiyu crossed his arms and said angrily, "Why can't I tell you about my hometown? Are you embarrassing yourself? Master Hidden Official, if I knew earlier, I would have placed you at the bottom." What elegant sayings, I don't care to learn. Luckily, he had thrown old Deaf from the 10-peak sword deities to the side, and replaced him with the young Master Hidden Official whose cultivation was not high. Yu Jianhui nodded his head gently, and spoke like an old man. "Us sword cultivators, our words are all about the sword." Chen Pinggan did not care about the children's complaints, and continued, "Secondly, train your sword well in the future. That's all. Just 2 requests." He Jiyu was unhappy, and stared. "What? That's all? How can you be Master Hidden Official? The elders in my family all say that you are scheming, and have a clever mind, especially when you don't study well, and are the best at cheating people. You can even participate in the discussions of the 10-peak sword deities, and you are the only one who is not a sword deity. My mother asked what you rely on, and my father said, what else can you rely on? You rely on your mouth that can cheat people to death. Why are you so quiet today? Don't tell me you're a fake hidden official. Don't study well, and are the best at cheating people. My wine shop is famous for its fair prices, and I do not cheat the old or the young. My house is famous for everyone earning money, and everyone can get a share of the spoils." Chen Pinggan stood up, and smacked him with a chestnut. The little troublemaker hugged his head, but he was not angry, and instead nodded his head. His young face was filled with gratification. "No wonder my father said that the second shopkeeper is a damn scholar, and changes his face faster than flipping a book. Seems like you are really Master Hidden Official." Chen Pinggan laughed involuntarily. He must have lost the bet, and not the fake one, so don't blame me. Chen Pinggan thought for a while. "Also, call me Cao Mo in the future, It is an alias, or Master Cow. I will be your sword protector for the time being. In the future, when you follow me to my hometown, whether you enter my sect or not, it will be up to fate. These children who had traveled far away from home, and many of them were heartbroken from parting with their loved ones, and were slowly enjoying themselves in the white jade hairpin. They were leaving their hometown, but they were returning to their hometown. Then let's give each other a high five, and let's go. Let's get to know each other. Chen Ping'an's eyes were gentle, and he bent down, extended his hand, and gave each of the children a high five. Some of the children kept a straight face, standing where they were, and did not raise their hands or high fives, but Chen Ping'an did not mind. Chen Ping'an stood at the end of the ferry, and while driving the talisman boat, which was not too high above the sea, he had a headache. Originally, he thought that he would be traveling alone in the Tongye continent, but he did not expect that it would be such a noisy scene. Some of the children were leaning on the railing, whispering to each other. Some of them had already sat cross-legged and began to nourish their flying swords. What a big water, I can't see the end of it. How deep do you think it is? If the Great Wall of our hometown was thrown here, would we be standing on the surface of the water or under the water? Ask the hidden official. Ask Cao Mo, he is very knowledgeable. The talisman boat sailed across the sea, during which Chen Ping'an saw a group of pearl divers from Luhua Island. So he cast a camouflage spell on the talisman boat and took a detour. But this talisman boat was too expensive. Chen Ping'an raised his head and looked over, hoping to pass by a cross-continent ferry that went from west to east. Compared to riding a talisman boat to travel across the sea, the latter was obviously more cost-effective. Moreover, since this group of children came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it was inevitable that they would have to deal with people outside the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The ferry was relatively safe, so it was actually a very good choice. Unfortunately, Chen Ping'an did not expect to see a ferry passing by. After all, the Tongye continent was too isolated in history, and there was no such thing. Chen Ping'an took out the blade-strengthening gourd, tied it to his waist, and patted the wine pot gently. Old man, we finally meet again. Then he put the jade bamboo folding fan that his student Kui Dongshan gave him on his waist. Sitting at the bow of the boat, he asked the children about the situation inside the white jade hairpin. The little girl named Nalan Yuji had a clear voice. She poured out the beans from a bamboo tube and spoke tirelessly about her cultivation over the years. The flow of time was slow inside, but fast outside. It was really a different world. So in fact, these 9 children did not practice swordsmanship for a long time in this small broken world. Chen Ping'an was silent for a long time, and suddenly asked, "Tonight, do we want to eat stewed fish?" The taste of sea fish is still different from the taste of river fish. Gu was not shy with strangers, so he said casually, "I don't really want to, but we can make do." Yu Xie added, "Being a hidden official is not domineering at all. Why don't you just give orders directly?" The child added, "There are no outsiders here, so I don't need to call you Cao Mo." Chen Ping'an smiled. Yu Xie immediately raised his hands, "You are too polite." Okay, Cao Mo, Master Cow, Grandpa Cow, okay? Chen Ping'an sighed. Why does it feel like Li Huai was with him in the past? Chen Ping'an activated his water arts and conjured a fishing rod that seemed to be made of jade. He then used a wisp of martial arts shunchi to congeal a fishing line and a fishing hook. Without any bait, he threw the fishing rod far away into the sea. Then, he closed his eyes and focused, using the slight vibration of the thin fishing line to search for fish in the water. Little Yang praised, "Cao Mo is really immortal." Yuji raised her eyebrows, and said proudly, "Of course, otherwise how could my sister be so devoted to Yin?" "Master Cow, my sister used all the money she saved to buy the seal, the fan, and the Song of Immortal Sword at the Yang family's shop. She went to the wine shop to drink many times, but she never saw Master Cow. But every time she went home, she was very happy. Grandpa said she was obsessed, but my sister didn't listen to him. She slacked off on her swordsmanship, and often secretly practiced calligraphy, copying the inscriptions on the fan." Little Yang said softly, "When can we see Sister Wanwan?" Yuji sighed, "It's hard to say. I only know that my sister went to inverted hanging mountain with Fatty Yang and the others. Chen Pingan opened his eyes, holding the fishing rod with his right hand and the blade-strengthening gourd with his left. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. It was the taste of wine that he hadn't tasted in a long time. It was the wine from his shop. Maybe it was because he hadn't drunk it in a long time, or maybe it was because he didn't have any pickles to go with the wine, or maybe it was because he didn't have a bowl of green onion noodles waiting for him to eat. So, he only took a small sip, but it was so spicy that it almost made him cry. On the road of life, one would meet many passers-by who would never meet again after parting. But in people's hearts, passers-by could be people who stayed for a long time. They would smile, talk loudly, and drink drunkenly at the same table. They would also remind people of someone, and it would be as if that person was looking at them without saying anything. Chen Pingan slowly turned his head and looked at the children who were either chatting or practicing swordsmanship in silence. The dream seemed to be real. It really seemed like a dream. This was probably what the books called as if a lifetime had passed. Chen Pingan didn't dare to drink too much. He turned his head and shouted at the little sparrows who seemed to have come from the city, "Hey!" The children who were chatting turned their heads in unison. Even the few who were practicing swordsmanship pricked up their ears. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "In the vast world, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, I will beat them to death." Bai Xian asked, "If you meet an immortal or even an ascendant realm cultivator in the Tongyi continent, you definitely can't beat them." This child liked to put his hands behind his back and pretend to be an adult. Chen Pingan smiled and shook his head. Among the native cultivators of the Tongyi continent, there were most likely no ascendant realm cultivators. As for immortals, whether or not he could beat them, he could let them try. However, since the cultivators of the upper 5 realms who stayed in the Tongyi continent didn't leave back then and survived, they were all well-deserved heroes or formidable people. Don't fight if you can. Harmony breeds wealth. When Chen Pingan didn't need to merge with half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he lost his reliance and broke free from the cage at the same time. As for how Kui Dong did it, only God knew. Because Kui Shin's sewing technique carried the true name of the great demon, Chen Pingan had been practicing martial arts. He was everywhere. At all times, he would be suppressed by the great Tao of heaven and earth. The small world of the human body, the tendons, the bones, the blood, the flesh, the meridians, the Qi residence, and then the soul. It was as if the entire small world of mountains and rivers was under a mysterious, heavy pressure without exception. Everything was shaking. Several great grandmasters were mercilessly punching Chen Pingan fiercely to temper his body. This familiar feeling was also a long-lost peace of mind. Therefore, when he opened the mountain and river restriction in the Cave of Fortune, Chen Pingan was careless and couldn't adapt to the Qi of heaven and earth. He dropped to the Aurus core stage. Otherwise, with Chen Pingan's cautiousness, those cultivators wouldn't have been able to detect his whereabouts. From meeting Kui Dong to inexplicably being in the Cave of Fortune on Luhua Island, everything was strange. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and get used to it. At this moment, Chen Pingan needed to cast a camouflage spell and deliberately pretend to be an earth immortal of the Golden Core stage. The white-robed young man raised his head and took a big gulp of wine. He raised the blade-strengthening gourd high and murmured with a smile, "Wine has other uses, there's no need to grow up." Little Yang asked timidly, "Where's the fish?" Chen Pingan suddenly raised the rod and pulled a palm-sized fish out of the water and threw it on the ferry. The children looked at each other. Just this. Not a big fish the size of a hill. Cheng Chaolu immediately ran to catch the small fish, but she was called a little dog by her companions. Inside the cave, Cheng Chaolu was the one cooking and cooking. Her cooking skills were not bad. Yu Xie whispered, "He Gu, I still think is a fake hidden official. Let's take it easy, don't help him count the money after being sold." Many of the children chimed in as they pecked at the rice. Chen Pingan thought of something. He took out a green robe made of fine bamboo threads and put it on. He took off the previous skin and covered it with the skin of a middle-aged man. At the same time, he restrained the Qi of a Qi cultivator and displayed the Qi of a martial artist of the golden body stage. He hung the saber at his waist and reached out his hand to condense the water energy into a bamboo hat. He put it on his head. He was the real Cao Mo. Moreover, Chen Ping'an's camouflage spell involved the operation of the human body's small world. If one wasn't an immortal, they might not be able to see the truth. Bai Xian sat at the bow of the boat with his hands behind his back. He sneered, "Fake my ass, isn't this the hidden official? How many sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Aura change their appearance every day and even disguise as women to pick up scraps on the battlefield?" Sichu Yuji nodded and said, "My sister said that the hidden official at that time was gorgeously dressed. He was even more beautiful and feminine than her." Chen Ping'an continued fishing. He held the blade-strengthening gourd and drank small sips. He smiled and said softly, "In ancient times, snow filled the courtyard. A guest rode on a horse. His hat was covered in snow. The hero dismounted and entered the hall. Under the reflection of the snow, his face was darker. He drank until he was speechless. He threw down the golden leaf and rode the horse. He fought in the snow and did not stop. He did not know his name." Yu Xie waited for a long time, but he did not continue. He began to expose him out of habit and asked, "What about the second fish?" Chen Ping'an replied impatiently, "Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up." The fish called for its friends and its ancestors. "It doesn't take time to travel." Chen Ping'an suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance with all his might. Why was his luck so good tonight? Was there really a cross-continent ferry to the Tongya continent? However, before that, it seemed like he had to deal with a cultivator in the immortal realm. She swam from afar and used a secret technique to involve water fate. She helped him to investigate the movements in the water within 100 miles. She probably still could not find Cao Mo, who escaped through the water and did not give up. Then, she found the ferry talisman boat. She arrived in the form of a rainbow but did not land on the ferry. She was more than 100 steps away from the ferry and moved side by side. She reminded Chen Ping'an, "You have so many children with you. Be careful on the sea at night." Chen Ping'an was stunned. He put down the fishing rod and stood up to cup his fists. He smiled and asked, "Senior, don't you suspect our identity?" The female cultivator in the immortal realm smiled and said, "I have killed all the demons around here. I suspect what you are doing." Chen Ping'an did not say anything more. She asked, "Do you really know Jiang Shangzhen?" 747. Cheng Chaolu and Yao Xiaoyan cleaned up the pot and utensils. One of them really liked this kind of chores, while the other was determined to be a good wife and mother at such a young age. As for practicing the sword, it was no different from eating, drinking, and defecating to the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. No one would slack off. It was no different from the scholars at the foot of the mountain who wanted to pass the imperial examinations. It was a matter of course. Chen Ping'an stood up and passed a bowl and a pair of chopsticks to Cheng Chaolu. Then, he looked up. It really was a cross-continent ferry that was heading towards the Tongya continent. The shape of the ship was faintly discernible. Spiritual qi lingered around the ferry, as if there were women in colorful clothes on the murals. Their clothes fluttered in the sea of clouds. Chen Ping'an focused his eyes and looked closer. Indeed, there were flying dragon ladies, water immortals, and lightning immortals painted on the walls of the ferry using the method of immortals' alchemy books. They were all women's depictions and were vivid and lifelike. Chen Ping'an learned from his mistakes at the Cave of Fortune and immediately retracted his gaze. As expected, one of the dragon ladies in the murals seemed to have sensed someone spying on her from afar. In an instant, her gaze wandered, but she couldn't find the talisman boat that was extremely far away. After a while, she retracted the divine light in her eyes and returned to normal, returning to silence. Only the ribbons were still fluttering in the wind, dragging hundreds of feet away. Chen Ping'an adjusted his bamboo hat and rubbed his chin. The ferry was an extremely brilliant mountain and river formation. It could help the ferry travel through places with thin spiritual qi or through lightning and rain without being too bumpy. It was beautiful and looked very ethereal. It was also very practical and could naturally suppress the clouds, rain, and lightning. Did the ferry belong to a sect with a majority of female cultivators? Otherwise, gods like the Rain Master, Thunder Lord, and Uncle Yoon wouldn't be lacking in those few strokes. They would be painted on the wall, and the effect would only be better. Logically speaking, the Rain Dragon sect should have been reduced to ruins long ago, and all the cultivators were dead. Could it be that the owner of the Water Spirit Palace on the inverted mountain, Yun Qian, didn't take root in the 3 continents and established her own sect and spread her branches? Instead, he brought those cultivators back to the sect and began to rebuild the Rain Dragon sect. Did Yun Qing obtain this ferry by chance, or did he buy it from someone else? Or could it be that this ferry came from the South Swirling Continent or the even more distant Fuyao Continent, so it passed by this place midway? Chen Pinggan quickly thought about the sects and immortals of the Whirling and Fuyao continents. Chen Pinggan was actually no stranger to the cross-continent ferries of the 2 continents. In his early years at Spring Banner House, he had interacted with many ferry managers face to face. Chen Pinggan was a little hesitant about whether he should drive the talisman boat to approach the cross-continent ferry that was not too fast. He was mainly worried that the inexperienced kids from the Great Wall of Sword Chi would have an accident on the ferry and get into a dispute with the immortal masters. Chen Pinggan was not afraid of getting into trouble, but he was afraid that he would be careless and lose control of himself. A pure martial artist who was at the peak of the 9th realm and was at the bottleneck of the mountain peak would lose control of himself. At the end of the day, it was naturally because he could not control himself. Chen Pinggan could let a demon cultivator who came to the city to provoke him safely return to his hometown in the south only because the other party did not have any enmity with the vast world. Whether it came to the city to have fun or to seek death, Chen Pinggan could use it to relieve his boredom. However, now, he might not be able to listen to a few worrisome words from his hometown. He might not be able to withstand 1 or 2 worrisome things done by his hometown. Jiu saw that Master Cao was in a daze and asked, "What are you thinking about? You can't take your eyes off a beautiful woman and are distracted." Yu Xie added, "If I were older, I would probably be tempted too. It's human nature." No wonder Master Cao took a few more glances. Anyway, it's a waste not to look. His hands did not touch that big sister's body. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "There are millions of good-looking women. Everything is for the White Bone Temple." The little girl Na Lan actually took out a pen and paper on the spot. She took a breath and wrote down this sentence on the paper. Then, with a shake of her wrist, everything disappeared. Chen Pinggan was a little surprised. She was actually a little girl with a good family background. She even had a mind item with her. Na Lan Yu Xie. Surname, Na Lan. After confirming a little guess in his heart, Chen Pinggan could not help but let his thoughts wander 1,000 miles away. The only thing that could cause the river of time to be unable to restrain was probably one's thoughts. The female immortal cultivator who came in the form of a rainbow was most likely responsible for patrolling the Rain Dragon sect's sea region. Chen Pinggan actually only saw the scented pouch ornament on her waist that was overflowing with multicolored light and her red and yellow aura that was like the rising clouds of the morning sun. He had already guessed her identity. She came from the drifting cloud continent and was also the master of the pine mist blessed land. She was good at refining all kinds of clouds in the world. She was said to be good friends with the Taixia progenitor Li Yu of the crouching earth peak in the North Continent. Was the world at peace? It seemed so. This was what Kui Dong had said earlier. It was also what Chen Pinggan was currently thinking. Chen Pinggan had long noticed that there was a problem with his mental state. He was used to thinking too much. On the city wall, he was alone, surrounded by enemies from all directions. Chen Pinggan, who was still carrying the burden of being a hidden official, could not help but think too much. Once he thought too much, he would fall into the trap. One careless move would cause him to lose everything. Other than his own death, he would also implicate the direction of the entire world and cause it to deviate slightly towards the wilderness world. Moreover, as long as he did not have to die, how could Chen Pinggan bear to die? There were still so many people he wanted to meet. They were scattered all over the world, waiting for him to meet them one by one. Chen Pinggan asked, "Do you want to take the cross-continent ferry?" Of the 9 children, other than the 3 who did not like to talk from beginning to end, He Xiangting, Yu Qingzhong, and Sun Chunwang, the rest were all excited. They wanted to experience it and did not even consider the hidden official's money bag. Chen Pinggan reminded them, other than the 2 points I mentioned earlier, when you get on the ferry, remember to hide your identity as a swordsman. Anyway, as long as you do not cause trouble, there is nothing to worry about. If you want to practice your swordsmanship, you can practice it in the house. If you want to enjoy the scenery, you can go out and enjoy it. There are no taboos. Chen Pinggan steered the talisman boat and shot towards the cross-continent ferry. He was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed more than 100 miles and caught up with the ferry that was fluttering with colorful ribbons. The two ferries were more than 1,000 feet apart. Chen Pinggan asked loudly in the elegant language of the central divine continent, "Can we board the ferry?" The cross-continent ferry did respond. The few cultivators on the mountain who went out to enjoy the scenery quickly returned to their residences without the ferry saying anything. Then, around the railings of the ferry, mist rose to a height of more than 10 feet. When the mist dissipated, long talisman swords appeared. They were made of green bamboo and looked very green. Moreover, the swords were engraved with Dan script. They were written in the Tao of Talisman and were used to slay demons. The key was that the thousands of talisman swords were made of green bamboo produced by the bamboo sea cave. It was filled with Tao and was naturally superior to the spirits of mountains, rivers, lakes, and lakes. Although it was not close to the 10 ancestral bamboos of the Green Immortal Mountain, such a large number of green bamboo talisman swords must be very expensive. It was definitely not something that any cross-continent ferry could buy and refine into such precious talisman swords. Moreover, the bamboo sea cave rarely sold their green bamboo to the outside world. Even if they allowed their green bamboo to rot and turn into green mud, they would never make money from it. Then, there was only one possibility left. The lady of the Green Immortal Mountain, who had never left the cave and never appeared in the world, had sold the vast amount of green bamboo from the bamboo sea cave at a low price. She might even have given it to the Confucian temple in the central region. Therefore, if there was a chance in the future, he would definitely travel to the bamboo sea cave. The cross-continent ferry was filled with sword chi and the world was austere. In the past, the cross-continent ferry to the inverted hanging mountain was mostly staffed by earth immortals of the nascent soul realm who were good at killing. There were even cultivators of the upper 5 realms who helped to escort the goods, just in case. The painted women on the outer wall of the ferry showed up one by one. They had graceful figures and were about 3 to 4 feet tall. Each of them held a talisman sword made of green bamboo and of a higher grade. The tip of the talisman sword was pointed at the talisman boat. It was a middle-aged man who was dressed like a warrior. He wore a bamboo hat and a green robe. A narrow saber hung from his waist and a wine pot was tied to his waist. On the cross-continent ferry, the cultivators and most of the passengers were looking at the talisman boat that appeared out of nowhere. The group of children had nothing to look at. Most of their attention was on the man. Chen Pinggan raised his hand and smiled. "I can let the green bamboo talisman sword cut my palm and use it to verify my identity before boarding the boat." He Jiu sighed and said, "Not domineering at all." Yu Xie nodded and said, "Very cowardly." A ferryman in a black robe stood at the front of the boat. He held a pair of iron maces in his hands. He had a big beard but a small face. He looked scholarly but his words were simple and concise. He only said 3 words, "Get lost." Chen Pinggan raised his hand high. He held a grain rain coin between his fingers and said, "I don't lack money." The ferryman said, "1 sword in your palm and 1 in between your eyebrows. Are you willing?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, it's okay. But please be careful with your strength. Don't break it." Chen Pinggan chuckled and added, "It's better to kill the wrong person than to let the wrong person go. It's too harmful to the virtue of the underworld. We are all real immortal masters. Don't learn from the wild cultivators." The painted dragon girl seemed to have received the ferryman's order. She really did send out 2 swords. The sword light suddenly cut through the night sky and then suddenly disappeared. After she kept the sword, she looked down. On the tip of the sword, there were 2 beads condensed by blood. The tip of the sword trembled slightly. The 2 drops of blood from the man in the bamboo hat's palm and between his eyebrows shattered. A woman in a colorful dress with the appearance of a water immortal and the aura of an earth deity condensed the blood again with a secret technique. Obviously, she did not notice anything strange. She held the bamboo sword upside down with the dragon girl. Perhaps this was a sign of goodwill to the man in the bamboo hat. After all, the other party's action was very sincere. Handing over the blood to an alchemist for verification was not as simple as handing over a customs document. Chen Pinggan waved his hand and took the 2 drops of blood into his palm. The ferryman's expression became more amiable. He asked, "Where did you guys come from?" Chen Pinggan chose to answer telepathically. "After I learned that the Liuxia continent's senior Tsongyi's Dao was boundless and had already wiped out the demon race that caused chaos, the Rain Dragon sect's territory could be said to be peaceful and peaceful. There were no more hidden dangers. I took the juniors of my sect out to sea and visited Luhua Island to see if I could find any opportunities along the way. As for my sect, let's not talk about it. Those who left have gone to the 5th world. There are not many old people left." The ferryman's heart tightened. Good lord, it's actually a nascent soul cultivator pretending to be a pure martial artist. Damn it, it's most likely that cultivator from the Tongyi continent. He's either a military cultivator or a sword cultivator. Otherwise, his physique would not be so tough as a martial artist's. The other party's telepathic thoughts were extremely clear. It was obvious that the 2 layers of mountain and water restrictions on the ferry did not affect his cultivation much. If it was a Jindan Earth Immortal, it would not be difficult for him to hear clearly. It's just that the voice would not be so clear. Chen Pinggan's palm lightly patted his green robe. The robe rippled and released waves of green mist. It took the initiative to break through some of the camouflage, revealing the bamboo silk robe on his body. It came from the Azure Immortal Mountain. Liu Yuju, who took the Osmanthus Island to the Yuanwan mansion, wore a bamboo silk robe back then. This type of robe also had the reputation of cool land and summer resort. Especially Qi cultivators who cultivated the wood and water Dao. Their preference for the Azure Immortal Mountain's bamboo robe was no less than the pursuit of the world's cultivators for things that were close at hand. No demon cultivator would wear the Azure Immortal Mountain's bamboo robe. Unless it was a great demon of the immortal realm with profound Dao. However, with the current mirror hanging in the sky, demon cultivators of the upper 5 realms, especially those of the immortal realm, would not be able to hide their presence once they left the bottom of the sea. The huge mirror hanging high was a legendary mirror for opening makeup. If it was an ascendant realm great demon who was better at hiding its presence. This Tsai ferry could only admit that it was unlucky. It was nothing more than a battle to the death. However, once the great demon's presence was exposed, it would definitely die. There were cultivators stationed at the old site of the Rain Dragon sect to help take revenge. Other than Xiuxia Continent's immortal Tsong Li, Golden Armor Continent's female sword immortal Song Pin, there was also an ascendant realm cultivator from the Central Divine Continent who personally guarded the Jiaolong Ravine. The steward cupped his fists and said, "Sorry for the offense. Please board the ferry." Chen Pinggan cupped his fists and returned the greeting. He smiled and said, "The wind on the mountain is strong. It's better to be safe than sorry." If Chen Pinggan showed up with his green robe and bamboo robe first, he probably wouldn't be able to board the ferry tonight. This was the human heart. The steward smiled. He knew how to talk. Chen Pinggan asked for 3 rooms from the ferry. Chen Pinggan had 1 room for himself, and the girl and boy each had 1 room. Chen Pinggan only had 1 request. The rooms had to be adjacent to each other. Immortal money was easy to negotiate. He could name any price. As for whether the Tsai ferry needed to discuss with the guests and vacate 1 or 2 rooms, Chen Pinggan could just add more money to compensate the immortal masters. He wouldn't let the immortal masters move for nothing and make things difficult for the ferry. There were the most people with the surname Chen in the world. The matter was handled quite smoothly. Firstly, the immortal money on the mountain was becoming more and more valuable. Secondly, the Tsai ferry also had some intention of giving in. It was true that caution was the parent of business on the mountain. However, the saying the wind on the mountain is strong was even more true. Chen Pinggan formed a sword seal with 2 fingers. At the same time, he activated his metal natal item and helped to draw a golden sword pool in the 2 rooms. This was to prevent the idle conversation of the children from being unknowingly spied on by the busybodies on the ferry. Chen Pinggan originally wanted to take out a few more talisman and paste them on the windows and doors. However, after some thought, he gave up on the idea. He didn't want the children to be too reserved. The ferry stopped at an immortal ferry at the southernmost end of the Tongyi continent. It wasn't too far from the Jade Gui sect. Chen Pinggan returned to his room and asked for a pot of immortal wine that was unique to the Tsai ferry. After drinking half a pot of wine, he dipped his finger in the wine and wrote a line of words on the table. The river is clear and the sea is clear. The last time he went to the Tongyi continent, the cross-continent ferry was a treasure-swallowing whale that had several mystic realms. Now, the inverted mountain was gone. It was unknown where Liu Tai was now. If Liu Tai appeared as Liu Cai at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it would make Chen Pinggan's mental state worse. However, since he had returned to his hometown, Chen Pinggan wouldn't shrink back. Chen Pinggan habitually pasted a filth-dispelling talisman on the window and began to walk. He had to familiarize himself with the pressure of the Great Tao in this world as soon as possible. This was the after-effect of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. In the wilderness, one would be suppressed. In the vastness, it was the same. For pure martial artists, this was a great thing. Not to mention walking or sparring with others, even every breath was training. However, for cultivators, the situation was more awkward. If Chen Pinggan didn't have the foundation of a martial artist, he would probably be lying on the ground with just his identity as a sword cultivator. However, as long as one was familiar with the operation of the Great Tao in the vastness, the influence would become smaller and smaller. However, once one fought with one's life, there would still be many accidents. In short, Chen Pinggan was now equivalent to half a demon cultivator. He was in the small world of the saints in the vastness. Chen Pinggan closed his eyes. He seemed to be asleep as he walked slowly. During these years of guarding the door at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he had practiced more than 3 million punches. He planned to practice another 500,000 punches before returning to Luopa Mountain. Therefore, the 10 million punches that he didn't even dare to think about before was still very promising. The 2 groups of children in the 2 rooms didn't go out for the time being, so Chen Pinggan continued to walk with peace of mind. At dawn, the Tsai ferry slowly stopped. It said that it would pass by the largest pearl diving field on Luhua Island, and it would stop for 2 hours to buy all kinds of pearls from the cultivators of Luhua Island. As long as the passengers of the ferry held a green bamboo talisman sword, they could go to the temporary immortal ferry in the pearl diving field. However, there would be someone leading the ferry, and no one was allowed to leave without permission. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to board the ferry again. Since he liked to wander around, he might as well go to Tongyi continent alone. Chen Pinggan walked out of the room and went to the bow of the ferry. However, he didn't want to go to the pearl diving field. He just stood at the bow of the ferry and wanted to listen to some cultivators chatting. Earlier, he wanted to buy a few copies of the Shanshui Daily, but the reply from the ferry was very straightforward. If he thought that it was too expensive, the ferry manager could write a copy of the hairpin-style small regular script for him. It was not expensive, just 1 divine coin and Guyu coin. Obviously, they were bullying a cultivator from Tongyi continent. In the Howran 9 continents, the cultivators of Tongyi continent were already very famous. Even if he didn't need to go to the pearl diving field to spend the divine coin, there was still something that he could do on the Tsai ferry. The location of the ferry was very particular. Deep below the ferry, there was a water vein in the sea, and there were many fishes in the Li River. If he was lucky, he might even encounter some rare aquatic creatures. However, if he wanted to enjoy the pleasure of fishing, he needed to pay extra money. He needed to rent a green bamboo fishing rod that was secretly made by immortals from the ferry, and it cost 1 divine coin for half an hour. Chen Pinggan saw that there were already a few fishermen near the railing of the ferry, so he spent 1 divine coin and sat on the railing and cast the fishing rod into the sea. The fishing line was very long, and he didn't need to spend any money to buy a small porcelain bottle of bait. Otherwise, the ferry would be too greedy. Chen Pinggan sighed. In the past, Kui Dongshan would often talk nonsense beside him, saying that the words in black and white had a deep meaning, and that each word was a shadow. After so many years, Chen Pinggan still couldn't figure it out. He just felt that this saying did have a deep meaning. Chen Pinggan raised his head and looked at the night sky. The wind and snow were getting heavier. The sky was tens of millions of miles away from the Earth. The sun and moon hung in the sky, and the Earth was tens of millions of miles away. Chen Pinggan suddenly wanted to go to the sky to take a look. He could ride the wind, swords, or even the talisman ferry. However, when he thought of the children still on the ferry, Chen Pinggan temporarily dismissed the idea. Apart from fishing, Chen Pinggan was more concerned about the conversations of the cultivators. However, there wasn't much to talk about. They were all trivial matters, and didn't involve the situation of the world. Chen Pinggan's biggest worry now was that he was in the fourth dream. It couldn't be the trick of the white paper blessed land. The most mysterious thing about the white paper blessed land carefully built by the family was that the sentient beings in the blessed land, although they were all white paper puppets, they were really sentient. They could follow the complicated network and have their own thoughts and actions. They were no different from real people. The only difference was that the paper figurines in the blessed land, even if they were cultivators, had no sense of the passage of time. Therefore, Chen Pinggan was of course worried. From the first step he took out of the fortune cave on Luhua Island, the people he saw after that were all white paper. They might even be transformed by a person, and the scenery he saw was the legendary one-leaf vision. The world was vast and boundless. Immersed in it, one would feel like an alcoholic who was half drunk. He wasn't dead drunk, but he wasn't truly sober either. Then, there would seem to be someone beside him, smiling and asking if he was drunk, and if he could continue drinking. How could he not feel disappointed? This kind of thing, his senior brother Kui Dong could do, not to mention the Dali imperial tutor of the Howran Three Brocade sect could also do it. Kui Dong and Kui Dongshan, what they were best at was to concentrate on one thing. Once they dispersed their thoughts, they would talk about a few things. Chen Pinggan was afraid that all the people around him would suddenly condense into one person, and become a white-haired Confucian scholar in a green robe. They had already acknowledged him as their senior brother, but they couldn't beat him, and they didn't dare to scold him. Even if they criticized him in their hearts, they would still be seen through. Wasn't that surprising? A cultivator laughed loudly, suddenly raised his rod, and successfully caught a fish from the Li River. Although it was called a fish, it was actually a big red turtle, the size of a basin, with 4 eyes and 6 legs, and pearls adorned its feet. The man peeled off 6 pearls and then threw the fish back into the sea. Very quickly, a female cultivator on the ferry, dressed in a xiangxue skirt, went to buy the pearls. The cultivator received a small sum of money and was all smiles, high-fiving his good friend beside him. His good friend said that this trip to the Tongyi continent would definitely be a pleasant surprise. Chen Pinggan didn't get anything, so he didn't care at all. If his luck was too good, he would feel a little guilty. Another person caught an even older fish. This time, the female cultivator on the colorful clothes ferry bought the whole fish from that person, spending 3 small sums of money. Chen Pinggan turned his head and saw that the manager of the ferry was standing not far behind him. He was dressed in a laurel black robe, and had an ancient style. The manager introduced himself, Huang Lin, Wu Zhenlan's second consecrator. Chen Pinggan was puzzled, Wu Zhenlan of the Golden Armor continent. Since when was there a male consecrator? Wu Zhenlan produced more than 10 kinds of immortal colored letter paper. It was famous among the immortal residences and aristocratic families of the Central Plains, and it made a lot of money. This was especially so for the spring tree stationery and Tuan flower stationery. In the early years, they were even sold in the inverted hanging mountain. It was similar to the dragon fairy dress, xiangxue skirt, pearls in the palm, bright moon. As long as an item could become the favorite of female immortal masters and aristocratic ladies, there was no need to worry about not being able to make money. As for men, no matter how much they valued money, they would probably spend a lot of money for the woman they liked. On his Luopa mountain, there seemed to be a lack of such exquisite and cute items. Huang Lin said, "Too many people have died." Chen Pinggan was stunned for a moment, then turned around and cupped his fists. Huang Lin suddenly laughed. A Qi refinement warrior who dares to bring 9 children out to sea, no matter how afraid of death he is, has a limit. Previously, I stopped you from boarding the ferry and offended you. It is my duty, please forgive me. Later, I'll pay for it out of my own pocket and have someone send you a few pots of wine as an apology. Chen Pinggan nodded. Fellow Daoist Huang is very gracious. Huang Lin dismissed it with a smile and took his leave. When it was time, Chen Pinggan returned the fishing rod, returned to the house, and continued to move the poles. Half a month later, there was a commotion everywhere on the ferry. Chen Pinggan opened the window and found that he had encountered a mirage. There seemed to be a huge Hu at the bottom of the sea, and its breath formed a large chain of immortal palaces. They stood in the sea of clouds of different heights, sparkling with golden light. It was like an ancient immortal realm, with immortal residences everywhere. On the cloud roads that connected the immortal palaces and attics, there was an endless flow of carriages and horses. Men and women were of ancient appearance, and the people driving the carriages were mostly burly golden men in armor. There was even one of the most majestic palaces, with dozens of yellow cranes circling above it. Chen Pinggan sighed with emotion. It was said that the older the divine object, the more effective it was. Ordinary mirages were mostly unobstructed illusions, but this sea market was obviously not like that. The spiritual qi flowed, and the illusion was close to the truth. The colorful clothes fairy seemed to have encountered this mirage before, and chose to take a detour without hesitation. However, they did not expect that after taking a detour for more than 100 miles, the mirage kept blocking their path. Some Earth Immortal cultivators who did not know the severity of the situation wanted to investigate, but they were stopped by manager Huang Lin, who said that the dying Hu hid very well. Even the immortal cultivators could not find a trace of it after searching for several months. Moreover, the demon was now in the state of Dao scattering, which was similar to the soul of a pure Jade Realm cultivator. It could no longer suppress the leakage of its Dao Qi, and was trapped in the sea market. Ordinary barrier-breaking talismans were useless. Moreover, the big demon's actions today were very likely to show its ferocious nature. It wanted to fight to the death with the ferry before its Dao disappeared. The painted women on the outer wall of the ferry appeared one by one, and the green bamboo sword formation was even activated. Flying swords were like rain, breaking through the fog and miasma formed by the Hu. It was like a pocket-sized sword boat. In front of the ferry, a palace covered in clouds appeared out of thin air, and there was even a white rainbow hanging in the air. This caused Huang Lin's expression to change drastically. The white rainbow of the secular world might not be that strange, but the white rainbow here was the aura of a soldier. The Hu really did not want to hide its tracks anymore, and finally went on a killing spree. It was just that he did not know whether his ferry could hold on until the immortal arrived to help. Chen Pinggan frowned slightly. According to the sage's word interpretation method, the word rainbow was interpreted as 2 flood dragons, which was why it was placed next to the word insect. Chen Pinggan looked over with rapt attention. The white rainbow was indeed split into 2, the male and female of the rainbow. The ancients saw the rainbow as the obscenity of heaven and earth, just like the toad in the ancient moon palace, which belonged to the essence of the moon. Huang Lin stood at the bow of the ferry, and a 1,000-foot-tall Confucian Dharma appeared. Huang Lin's real body used his finger as a knife, and cut open his palm, using his own blood as the material for the talisman's elixir script. When Huang Lin wrote on his palm, the Dharma took control of his hand, and a golden talisman appeared in his palm. Huang Lin calmed his mind and condensed his qi to write the characters, and said loudly, "Celestial Official Liu Ding, Minister Jiao Hu." On the 1,000-foot Dharma's palm, 10 large talisman characters appeared. Golden light flowed and shone in all directions. The fog and miasma seemed to be illuminated by the sun, and the area within a radius of a few miles instantly melted like snow. Huang Lin cut open his palm again, and said in a deep voice, "With the Son of Heaven's decree, water creatures should imprison themselves." On the Dharma's palm, there were layers of halos. Golden light suddenly bloomed, and a torrential rain fell. It was like a huge pot of boiling water was sprinkled in the wind and snow. In the mirage, a market collapsed with a loud bang, and a huge figure hiding under it flashed and disappeared. A cross-continent traveler was actually a hidden sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Aurus core realm. He laughed and said, "I'm here to help Daoist Huang slay demons." However, this sword cultivator's way of practicing the sword was rather strange. He actually stepped on a viewing platform, and his hands formed a sword seal. Only then did he exhale softly, and spat out a lustrous sword ball. It was extremely fast, and after 1,000 feet away from the ferry, the sword ball that was originally less than 3 inches long suddenly turned into a huge pitch-black sword engraved with the ink of an immortal. As for the Aurus core sword cultivator, he did not stop his steps. In the end, a Big Dipper talisman formation appeared under his feet, and a black fish floated out of the water. The sword cultivator stepped on the back of the black fish, and when he finished his sword seal, he muttered, "The mountain man rides a fish to the sky, the wise take care of it, and the fool guess." The electric heavenly sword in his hand slashes straight at the sea of the long whale. The natal flying sword that was heading towards the palace and the white rainbow was flowing with sword radiance. It dragged out a divine general in golden armor, and held a huge black sword. Lightning intertwined, and a divine spirit and a flying sword slashed straight, trying to split the white rainbow and the mirage apart. After the strike, the sound was like thunder, and the wind and clouds surged. The chi dynamic was turbulent, and even the ferry shook and swayed. The Aurus core sword cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood, and reached out to hold on to the railing. He hurriedly used his mind to retrieve the flying sword, but he did not expect a miasma that covered the sky to surge out crazily, and wrapped around the natal flying sword. It was as if it was isolated from the world, and cut off the connection between the sword cultivator and his natal item. The sword cultivator's face was pale, and his mind was trembling. Huang Lin immediately used his supernatural powers to help the sword cultivator find the missing flying sword. Chen Pinggan had already lightly increased the strength of his feet, so that the 2 neighboring houses were as stable as usual, and were not affected by the chi dynamic. However, unlike the other cultivators on the ferry, Chen Pinggan's gaze did not look for the huge figure that was used as a smokescreen. Instead, he stared directly at the sky canopy in the southeast corner of the sea. Chen Pinggan raised his left hand, and used the water seal, and 5 thunderbolts gathered. In the fortune palm, Chen Pinggan did not directly use the complete thunder art, but chose one of the water art heavenly thunder, which was used to control thunder and rain, and suppress all the troublesome flood dragons, poisonous snakes, evil venomous snakes, and other aquatic creatures. It could move clouds and rain, and raise winds and waves, and was in charge of the water mansion. With a sudden twist of Chen Pinggan's wrist, the water thunderbolt, which was condensed into the size of a pearl, moved extremely fast. It was even faster than the natal flying sword of the Earth Immortal with the bottleneck of the Gold Core realm. As a result, none of the cultivators on the colorful clothes ferry noticed it. Therefore, when the water thunderbolt went from invisible to straight lines, to rumbling noises, like the rumbling of the heavenly thunder, everyone on the ferry mistook it for the divine ability of steward Huang Lin. At the same time, Chen Pinggan's left hand gathered another thunder array, and his right hand condensed chi into a sword, and formed a rainbow-slashing talisman. Previously, when the water thunder struck the hiding place of the giant venomous snake, it did not seriously injure it. It was just an act of knocking on the door as a guest. However, the rainbow-slashing talisman, which used peaceful means before resorting to force, had an astonishing momentum. Previously, when the Aurus core Earth Immortal sword cultivator attacked with all his strength, it only made the white rainbow hanging above the palace shake. When the rainbow-slashing talisman, which was supported by the thunder array, appeared, a slender sword light that broke through the small world appeared in the mirage. It slashed down, and the white rainbow and the immortal palace were severed. Then, the thunder array bloomed, and the 2 objects collapsed on the spot. He did not leave. The thunder array and the sword talisman had been activated successfully. The world was clear, and the atmosphere was renewed. There was no longer a mirage blocking the way. The giant venomous snake dived into the depths of the sea, and the surface of the sea surged with raging waves. Affected by the chaotic chi, the colorful clothes ferry still swayed endlessly even with the formation of mountains and rivers. The Aurus core Earth Immortal sword cultivator was pleasantly surprised. In a thin cloud, he sensed a sword light. He hurriedly used his mind to control the intrinsic flying sword to return to his acupuncture point to be nourished. Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment, and gently clenched his fist. He withdrew a new sword technique, and gave up on the idea of chasing after the giant venomous snake. This was because the immortal green onion was definitely on the way. The Aurus Core Earth Immortal Sword Cultivator cupped his fists and said loudly, "Sword Immortal Gao Yunshu of the Gold Armor Continent, thanks Sword Immortal Senior for saving me." There was silence. There was no response. Gao Yunshu only thought that the Sword Immortal expert did not like to be courteous, and was tired of these complicated formalities. This made him even more impressed. He thought that since the Sword Immortal expert who was elusive would ride on the Wuzhen ferry, he must be a senior from the Gold Armor Continent. Chen Pingan closed the window, and continued practicing his stances in the house. On the colorful clothes ferry, there was a young female immortal cultivator who brought over a few bottles of premium immortal wine. When she knocked on the door, she had a strange expression. She clearly did not understand why the consecrator Huang Lin would treat this cowardly Tongyi continent cultivator so courteously. Chen Pingan thanked her, and did not stand on ceremony. He accepted the wine, and then asked curiously, "Miss, may I ask, what is the market price of a bottle of wine?" Steward Huang Lin should have sensed something, but he did not say it out loud. The female immortal cultivator seemed to be quite angry. She squeezed out a smile, and asked in return, "Customer, do you think the colorful clothes ferry will buy their own wine?" Chen Pingan placed the few pots of immortal wine on the table. They were different from the wine he had bought previously. These pots were pasted with Wuzhen Bar's secret colored paper. If he tore them off and sold them to others, he reckoned that they would be more valuable than the wine itself. Chen Pingan finished practicing his stances. His footsteps were extremely light, and his punches were extremely slow. Unknowingly, a day and a night had passed. After Chen Pingan opened his eyes, he spoke to the two groups of children telepathically, and then went to open the door. Soon, the 9 children rushed into the house one after another. Yu Qingzhong held a book in his hand. He Xiangting and Yu Qingzhong stood side by side. Sun Chunwang seemed to be a little unsociable. He stood at a subtle distance from everyone. These 3 children had not said a single word to Chen Pingan yet, and they were also very quiet in private. Chen Pingan could roughly guess the reason, but he was unwilling to get to the bottom of it. A great wall of sword qi. Not everyone had a good impression of the hidden officials, and they all had their own reasons. Chen Pingan said, "You all have your own inheritances in the way of the sword. I am only a protector in name, and there is no master-disciple relationship. However, in the Summer Palace, I have read many secret sword manuals. I can help you find and fill in your gaps, so in the future, if you have any questions about the way of the sword, you can ask me." Chen Pingan noticed from the corner of his eye that 2 of the children, when they heard these words, especially when they heard the word Summer Palace, their faces became rather gloomy. Chen Pingan also pretended that he did not know, and pretended that he did not notice. He Jiyu asked in a small voice, "Master Cao, when we passed by the mirage, that sharp sword light, was it?" "Was it?" He Jiyu. He was the tallest, and had an extremely well-trained short sword at his waist, scholar-made. It should not have been forged by the sword workshop, but passed down in his family or his master. Also, the person who had passed down this sword to He Jiyu definitely had a great amount of resentment towards the world. Yu Xiehui said something nice for once, soul-stirring, soul-stirring. Chen Pingan said straightforwardly, "No." He was both Mo Fu and a Shen general. He did not dare to pretend. Yarrow Xiaoyan felt that it was a pity. Chen Pingan said, "When we reach the Tongyi continent and land, if there are any accidents that I feel are troublesome, you all must immediately enter the grotto heaven without any hesitation." Cheng Chaolu suddenly asked timidly, "Can I learn from Master Cao? I guarantee it will not affect my sword practice." Bai Xian, with his hands behind his back, rolled his eyes and muttered in a small voice, "You really are a lackey. Whatever Master Cao knows, you follow him and learn." When this child was in the grotto heaven of the white jade hairpin, he liked to call himself a little hidden official. Hidden official Chen Pingan. Little hidden official Chen Li. Then he could only be a little hidden official. But when they came out and saw the real hidden official, Bai Xian did not mention this. Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded at the little fatty, Cheng Chaolu. Of course you can. Fist theory and sword theory are interconnected. Of course, there is a boundary between fist and sword practice, but it is not the kind where mountains and distant mountains never meet. It is the relationship between high mountains and distant rivers. As long as the two theories are connected, it is a great arrangement where mountains and rivers depend on each other. They can benefit from each other and strengthen the body and soul. Speaking to this point, Chen Pinggan stopped talking and said to the others, "Go back and practice the sword. Those who want to hear about fist techniques can stay." In the end, only Cheng Chaolu stayed. Chen Pinggan asked the little fatty to sit down and lit a lamp on the table. Cheng Chaolu whispered, "Master Cow, in fact, he Shangting wants to practice fist more than I do, but he can't bring himself to do it." Chen Pinggan waved his hand and did not let Cheng Chaolu say more about this matter. He continued his previous words, "Punching out to the heaven and earth is to go out. Warming the fist intent is to go in. Both are indispensable." A little girl walked hurriedly and came back. She knocked on the door gently. Cheng Chaolu quickly ran to open the door. It was the Nalan Jade Archive. She elbowed the little fatty and let her close the door. Then she sat down and took out a pen and paper again. She sat upright and still and signaled the hidden official to continue talking with her eyes. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "The Fengtsuan item is very precious. It is best to carry it with you." The little girl immediately copied it down on the paper. Chen Pinggan felt a little helpless, but he didn't care about her. He said, "If you only train your muscles, bones, blood, and flesh, and don't refine your spirit to nourish your body, you will only cut off a person's spirit. The higher your realm, the heavier your punches will be. Every time, it will hurt a martial artist's soul and spirit, and it will be very easy for you to fall ill. If you accumulate too many hidden dangers, how can you last long when you hurt the enemy by 1,000 but hurt yourself by 800? Especially the fierce fist path that can easily kill the enemy. Once the martial artist does not know the method, it will be like being possessed by evil. Even the gods can't save him. Learning fist to kill people, in the end, he will inexplicably beat himself to death. So in my hometown, there are two sayings: if you want to teach a disciple, you have to teach medicine first. If you don't have a method, you are not a disciple. There are also two sayings: the poor learn martial arts, the rich practice martial arts. A person who practices martial arts consumes 3 generations of wealth. These are all old sayings that are widely spread in Jianghu. Of course, they are reasonable. Cheng Chaolu, if you really want to learn fist, there is no problem. But you have to start from walking and standing, which are boring. If one day you feel that fist practice is boring, don't worry about being reprimanded by me. Just concentrate on practicing the sword." Cheng Chaolu's eyes lit up and her face flushed. She was very excited and said, "Master Cow, I will definitely practice hard. As long as I have half of Master Cow's fist skill, I will be satisfied." Nalan Yuji shook her head and said to herself, "It's difficult." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "As you wish." The little girl was very smart and immediately followed with a word, "Deng." The little fatty sighed, "God." Chen Pinggan could not help but laugh. Nothing happened on the way. The colorful clothes ferry swept across thousands of mountains on the land from the sea. However, even if one looked down from the ferry for a long time, there was still little smoke in the world. Only the green mountains were not old, the green water was flowing, and the birds and the white clouds were staying together. Finally, in the night, the ferry landed at the southernmost point of the Tongye continent. The immortal ferry that was rebuilt from the ruins was located at the old Yuzhou territory of a broken dynasty. The old country had mountains and rivers, and the city was full of spring vegetation. There was an old saying, "If you miss your master, you will go to Yuzhou." Chen Pinggan sat back at the table from the window and stared at the lamp on the table in a daze. The common people did not live forever. For 36,000 days, every night was like a candle. There was a knock on the door. The little girl outside was a little excited and said, "Master Cow, we are here." We can get off the ferry. Chen Pingan nodded, stood up, and let the lamp continue to be lit. He raised his hand, performed a spell, and put a bamboo hat on his head. He opened the door and walked down the ferry with the children. He looked back. Huang Lin seemed to be waiting for him to look back. He immediately smiled and cupped his hands to send him off. Chen Pingan turned and cupped his hands to return the greeting. After walking for a while, Chen Pingan suddenly squatted down and reached out to touch the ground. Then he gently grabbed a handful of soil and put it in his sleeve to bring back to his hometown. 7:48. While Chen Pingan was squatting in a daze, Naylan Yuji, the only one who had a special object, took out an immortal book named Mending Records of Mountains and Seas. Her family had asked someone to buy it from the inverted hanging mountain in the early years. The little girl moved very quickly and flipped to the Tongye chapter. In the immortal book, a page could record more than 10 scrolls of mountains and rivers and thousands of fine words. Ordinary teachers who had never cultivated could not see the content of the words clearly. Chen Pingan was shy in the past and only bought the annals of mountains and seas. He was not willing to buy a bigger book that recorded the mountains and rivers in more detail than the Mending Records. The little girl began to explain the origin of Yuzhou's immortal ferry to others. The little girl had just started talking when she suddenly remembered the reminder that she had copied herself. She quickly threw the book back into the core item, clapped her hands, and squatted beside Chen Pingan. She imitated Master Cao and pressed her hands against the soil, pretending that nothing had happened. Chen Pingan came back to his senses and smiled. It's okay this time. I'll be more careful next time. Small mistakes were made early and the child remembered them early. Chen Pingan stood up and said, Jade Archive, I'll help you cover it up. Continue reading the book and help us explain. Actually, I don't know the history of this ferry either. If you can use Tongyi Ju's language. How can Master Cao not know? You're testing my ability to speak fluently, aren't you? That must be it. Na Lan took out the Mending Records again and used Tongyi Ju's language to read the words on the book. Yuzhou was the southernmost part of the Great Ying dynasty. In the old Great Ying dynasty, there were more than 30 states and more than 200 prefectures. Among them, the Yuzhou prefectural records were the strangest. There were 6 immortals' traces, 9 dragon caves, and more than 60 ancient temples. Before the imperial tutor died, he sealed the Jin Duo and sunk it into the water. The last emperor of the Great Ying dynasty, after suffering consecutive defeats at the northern border, had a whimsical idea. He ordered hundreds of alchemists to search for rivers and canyons. In the end, they broke through a well-guarded and hidden underwater palace and found the Jin Duo. He successfully drove the mountain into the sea and filled the sea into the land. He became the first person in the history of the Great Ying dynasty who was second only to the founding emperor. When the children heard these stories, they didn't feel anything. They just treated it as an interesting story. However, Chen Pingan was filled with emotions. Chen Pingan actually wanted to know if the person in charge of rebuilding the mountain driving ferry was a descendant of the Liu family of Da Ying, or a sect on the mountain that had survived the disaster, such as the Jade Medallion sect. The reason why Chen Pingan did not head straight to his hometown, the Aquarius continent, was because of a coincidence. He bumped into the Rainbow Clothes ferry. Chen Pingan originally wanted to buy the Landscape Gazette on the ferry, and from there, learn about the current situation. Furthermore, if he allowed the children to return to the White Jade Hairpin's small grotto heaven, although it wouldn't affect their soul lifespan or their sword cultivation, there were differences in the flow of time in the world. Chen Pingan couldn't bear to let them miss out on a lot of scenery. Even if the journey was mostly a boundless sea and the scenery was dull and boring, Chen Pingan still hoped that these children could see more of the mountains and rivers of the world. Lastly, Chen Pingan had a selfish motive. He was really tormented by the 3 strange dreams, so he wanted to see the mountains and rivers of the continent as soon as possible. He wanted to see the mountains and rivers of the continent with his feet on the ground, especially with the help of the Tongyi continent's demon subduing pagoda, to check if it was real or fake and help unravel the dreams. In fact, reality proved that Chen Pingan didn't waste his efforts. When he suddenly squatted down, Chen Pingan almost staggered. This made him feel more at ease. After Chen Pingan got up, he deliberately straightened his back and no longer hunched over. Just this slight movement made Chen Pingan feel even more uncomfortable, but the benefits to his body were even greater. Walking was the best stake walking. It was to practice martial arts non-stop. Every time Chen Pingan breathed in and out, it was like the remnant and damaged fate of the Tongyi continent was condensing into a martial artist who had achieved great success in martial arts, feeding Chen Pingan a punch. He felt that after a fierce fight, the bottleneck of the Nine Realms Mountains martial artist would be loosened. Intuition told Chen Pingan that it was extremely difficult to break through the realm and become a martial artist. Chen Pingan was not in a hurry to break through the realm. Instead, he cherished the formless training of the natural martial arts arena of the Tongyi continent. The reason was very simple. Someone once said that the Battle of the Ten Realms was the key to determining the outcome of his and Cao Ci's martial arts in the future. After losing 3 rounds in a row, he would continue to lose in this lifetime. Or after many years, Chen Pingan turned the tables in the 4th round. The first step was to see if he could reach the peak of martial arts as the strongest 9 realms. A young female cultivator left the colorful clothes ferry and found Chen Pingan's group. She stood tall and didn't move forward. Chen Pingan pretended not to recognize her. "You are?" The Wuzhen female cultivator was holding a simple but elegant painting box with the character Yellow Flower Pear. The 4 corners of the small painting box were inlaid with white copper ornaments with rui patterns. There was also a cloud head racket carved from fine jade. At first glance, one could tell it was an old object that came from the palace. She looked at the middle-aged man wearing a bamboo hat and said with a smile, "My master, who is the manager of the sea boat, asked me to bring this item for you. I hope you won't refuse it. There are a total of 108 pieces of colorful paper from our Wuzhen boat." Chen Pingan patted his bamboo hat lightly and quickly took the wooden box. He thanked the manager, Huang Lin, and sighed, "If I knew this, I wouldn't have taken off the colorful paper on the wine pot. I would have stuck it back on later, in case you don't know what's good for you." The female cultivator said telepathically, "My master asked me to pass a message to you. The Confucian temple in the Central Plains banned the landscape bulletin for 5 years. It's only lifted half a year later. Therefore, it's not that we don't want to sell the ferry, but we don't have the ability to do so." Chen Pingan felt a little helpless. It was no wonder that not long after he boarded the ferry, he sensed a mirror light and an immortal's aura quietly wandering outside the ferry. It turned out that he, a cultivator from the Tongyi continent, had accidentally exposed himself. Later, when the ferry encountered a mirage, if he didn't act decisively, he might have to pay for the tea he owed at the ancestral hall of Luhua Island on the colorful clothes ferry. In addition to the nascent soul sword cultivator from the Great Yarrow Island and the female immortal from the Liuxia continent, there were very likely to be other powerful cultivators who would serve the customers together. On the colorful clothes ferry, the Wuzhen Fairy's second minister, Huang Lin, was actually an orthodox disciple of the Confucian Academy. Previously, when he used words to suppress the people of the sea, Huang Lin used his great spirit to break through many barriers in the sea market, and there was also the Sentence Emperor's decree in the Sage's book. As for why Huang Lin gave up his identity as a gentleman and became the minister of the Wuzhen Ferry, it was probably because of a love song in a chaotic world. Chen Pingan couldn't help but think of the young cultivator who teased him on the ferry. "Good boy, you are quite good at pretending. You even know hairpin-style small regular script." The young man seemed to be joking, but in fact, he was very calm. Between his words and expressions, there was not the slightest flaw, so even he was fooled by him. So Chen Pingan said, "There is a young man on your ferry. Although his cultivation aptitude is not very good, his temperament is not bad. He is a good seedling. Maybe he will become a great talent later." The young female cultivator smiled sweetly and actually bowed to Chen Pingan. "Thank you for your kind words, senior. Thank you on behalf of my brother." Then they parted on good terms. Chen Pingan brought the children and found the ferry building at the entrance of the Mountain Drive Ferry Market. As the southernmost ferry in the Tongyi continent, the Mountain Drive Ferry, other than stopping at the cross-continent ferry like the Tsai ferry, there were also 3 mountain routes in 3 directions. They went to the Yellow Flower Ferry, the Ferryboat Ferry, and the Parrot Continent. The ferry did not reach the center of the Tongyi continent. They were all small ferries. Regardless of whether it was the Annals of Mountains and Seas or the Bug, it was not recorded that the Yellow Flower Ferry was the only way to go to the Jade Gui sect. Chen Pinggan was a bit puzzled. Why did the Jade Gui sect not occupy the Mountain Drive Ferry? According to the Bug, the Great Ying dynasty's leading immortal sect was a vassal sect of the Jade Gui sect. Whether it was out of sentiment, reason, or interest, the Jade Gui sect should legitimately help the Mountain Drive dynasty to tidy up the vast old mountains and rivers in the south of the Tongyi continent. And the Great Ying dynasty was definitely of the utmost importance. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Yu prefecture was a place that the militarists would fight for. What was even more strange was that the immortal master in charge of the Mountain Drive ferry spoke in the Tongyi continent's language, but he actually had the unique accent of the Snow Mountain Drive ferry. Chen Pinggan brought a large group of children, so it was especially eye-catching. And the 9 children looked like they had decent aptitude for cultivation. Naturally, it made people envious, but at the same time, it made people wary. But no one would believe that the 9 children were not only sword cultivators who had already nurtured their natal flying swords, but they were also sword immortal embryos among sword cultivators. Not to mention the sword immortal embryos of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In such a situation, no matter where it was, even if it was in some sects that were founded on the way of the sword, having a sword immortal personally lead a team to travel down the mountain was enough to frighten people. Therefore, even if Chen Pinggan shouted at the top of his lungs, as long as the 9 children did not draw out their flying swords one after another, no one would believe him. In such a large Tongyi continent, there were only a handful of sects that could gather so many sword cultivator children on the mountain. Even if there were sword immortals of the upper 5 realms to protect them, they would not dare to act rashly. Chen Pinggan deliberately took out a piece of Guyu money and got back a few pieces of Xiaoxia money to buy 10 jade tokens for boarding the ferry. Now that he was on the ferry, the cost of the immortal money had more than doubled. The reason was simple. The immortal money now was much more expensive than before. The immortal master who could travel on the mountain now must be really rich. But this travel fee, as long as the Qi cultivator's luck was not too bad, there was a chance to make up for it. It was just more of a test of one's eyesight. The amount of money one could earn depended on the size of the opportunity. In prosperous times, antiques and treasures were collected. In troubled times, gold was the most valuable. In troubled times, antiques that were once worth thousands of gold were often cheap. But the more it was so, the less people cared about it. But when the world began to be governed from chaos, during this period of time, it was the best time for many cultivators to pick up scraps. This was also one of the reasons why cultivators valued things so much. As for things that were close at hand, it was wishful thinking and more like a dream. Now, there were actually 2 kinds of Qi cultivators who went down the mountain to travel. Those who went down the mountain to seek opportunities and those who looked for opportunities to earn money in the human world. Compared to the ferry tourists in the early years, the 2 kinds of Qi cultivators either had higher cultivation or stronger backing. At the same time, they were more cautious. For example, today when Chen Pinggan brought the children to visit the shops in the market, there were many people on the road. But between people, almost intentionally or unintentionally, there was a distance between them. Even if they entered a crowded shop, they would be very cautious with each other. For people like Chen Pinggan who brought a group of children down the mountain to travel, no one dared to provoke them easily. If they could, they would avoid them. Chen Pinggan turned over the few small summer coins. One of them was a seal script that he had never seen before. It was a pleasant surprise. The seal script on the front and back were water connects the 5 lakes and sword suppresses the 4 seas. Chen Pinggan had been interested in collecting the small summer coins since a long time ago. This was because the small summer coins were the only immortal money with different seal scripts. It was said that in history, there were a total of more than 300 types of seal scripts made by different famous craftsmen. Chen Pinggan had worked hard for more than 20 years and now he had collected less than 80 types. There was still a long way to go. He had to earn more money. He had to quickly set up a small bag shop. There were still 4 hours before the yellow flower ferry landed. Chen Pingan brought the children to the market to wander. There were all kinds of shops, paintings, porcelain, miscellaneous items, large and small items. There were even imperial edicts and official robes. There were also bundles of books. They looked like firewood that had just been chopped from the mountains. They were casually piled on the ground and tied with straw ropes. Therefore, there was a lot of wear and tear. There was a wooden sign at the side of the shop. Anyway, it was sold by weight. Therefore, the shop assistant was too lazy to shout. The customers had to look at the sign by themselves. The wind and snow had just stopped. The rare books that once belonged to a scholarly family had to weigh their money bags to buy 1 or 2 were soaked in water. They were like weak scholars drowning. Chen Pingan glanced at the goods in the shops along the way. Most of them were dynasty and vassal states antiques and treasures. Since they did not have spiritual energy, they could not be considered spiritual weapons. The key to whether they could be called spiritual weapons on the mountain was whether they contained spiritual energy and did not dissipate after a long time. Spiritual weapons were divided into inanimate objects. For example, an ancient inkstone or a bald brush was stained with some of the wisdom of the past and had abundant spiritual energy. If it was not preserved well or if the refiner used too much of it, it would become an ordinary object. A horsetail whisk or praying mat that was used by a Taoist master all the time might not be stained with spiritual energy. Similarly, a dragon robe or official robe might not be able to leave behind any dragon aura. The living objects in the spiritual weapons were of higher quality. They were called spiritual objects on the mountain because they could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and nourish the materials themselves. As for magic weapons, not to mention the ordinary teachers, even the cultivators of the mountains and swamps might not be able to see them more than a few times in their lives. In fact, the cultivators below the level of earth immortals were not very willing to deal with magic weapons. After all, the appearance of this item often meant that they were fighting to the death with the immortal master. If they were lucky enough to win, they would beat the younger one and provoke the older one. In the end, it was very rare for them to gain an advantage, let alone lose. It was very likely that no one would help to collect the corpse. Chen Pingan only bought an inconspicuous small sword and a black scabbard waist knife with a gold-plated kuei-long ornament. It could barely be considered as a spiritual weapon. It was most likely because it was enshrined in the local martial temple or city god pavilion, so it had some residual incense smell. In the Jianghu world at the foot of the secular mountain, it could be considered as 2 divine weapons. It was not difficult to sell each of them for 5,000 to 6,000 taels of silver. Chen Pingan spent 10 snowflakes. The shop said that it was buy one get one free. In fact, if Chen Pingan was a bag shop, there was not much profit. The only thing that could be counted as a bargain was a genuine spiritual weapon. There was a stone sundial made of white jade in the jade building vermilion railing in the book. Looking at the inscription on the back, it was an old Qintianjian item. The shop sold it at 8 snowflakes. In Chen Pingan's eyes, the real price was at least 2 times. He could sell it casually, but it was a little too big. If Chen Pingan was alone today, he could carry it. After all, he had carried a bigger kassoon. If Chen Pingan was the shop owner, he would not have set the price at 8 snowflakes. It was too useless. Qi refinement warriors who did not know how to spend money would not be able to get rid of it in a short period of time. Would they have to carry such a huge item and travel all the way in front of everyone? He might as well price it at 1 snowflake. It would be more fun for the buyer to carry it. Would it be the same to spend money with 8 snowflakes in one's pocket and 1 snowflake in one's pocket? Of course not. In the end, Chen Pingan squatted on the side of the small book mountain and carefully flipped through the books. Most of the time, he only flipped open a corner of the pages. He didn't expect that the shop assistant at the door would say, "Don't flip if you're not buying." Chen Pingan looked up and smiled, saying that he wanted to buy. The young shop assistant then turned to take care of the other distinguished guests. Chen Pingan selected a few catties of books from the secret collection of official seals. They were made of official documents paper. Every piece of paper was stamped with the official seal and the year number was recorded. There was a bundle of scripture books. Whoever wrote, who was printed, who was engraved, and who was printed. The paper was extremely thick and heavy. There was also a bundle of flowery paper books from a private library. They were passed down in an orderly manner, but they looked brand new. It was enough to show that they had been hidden in the boudoir for hundreds of years. They could be called rare books in the book forest. However, the truly valuable books, which were so valuable that even the cultivators in the shop had heard of some of the secret collections of the royal palace, would definitely be treated differently. Chen Pingan bought a big sack of books and carried it on his back. It was sturdy and it weighed more than 100 catties. He only paid 5 snowflakes. With 1 snowflake, he could buy 20 catties of books. If Chen Pingan was willing to bargain, he reckoned that he would not be short of money and could carry away 20 catties more. It was just that Chen Pingan did not bargain with the shop. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold back and buy everything. By then, he would not even be able to fit something close to him, let alone a small item. It was better to talk about fate at first sight. Among the children, only Nalan Yuji chose books. The little girl took a fancy to a few books. She did not look at the material of the paper, the engravings of the palace, the seal of the book, and so on. The little girl only chose books with beautiful and pleasing to the eye. The little girl wanted to pay, but Chen Pingan said that the books were included. The few books added together did not even weigh 1 catty, so there was no need. The little girl did not seem to be saving money, but earning money. She was very happy. Chen Pingan followed with a smile. A tourist from afar who also took the Tsai ferry stood on the road, as if he was waiting for Chen Pingan. In fact, Chen Pingan had already noticed this person. Previously in the mountain dispersing ferry building, Chen Pingan and the others left, and this person entered after them. It seemed that he would also follow them to the yellow flower crossing. This Jindan bottleneck sword cultivator from the Jinjia continent had helped Huang Lin on the ferry. At that time, he had taken out a black ink flying sword, and his momentum was shocking. It was full of the spirit of a sword immortal, but the ending was not too perfect. When he saw Chen Pingan walking towards him, he immediately clasped his fists and said telepathically, "Junior Gao Yunshu pays his respects to senior." Chen Pingan carried a big bag and held the straw rope with both hands. He did not return the greeting. He nodded and asked with the elegant language of the central divine continent, "Sword Immortal Gao is looking for me?" This was called returning the favor. You call me senior, and I return you the title of Sword Immortal. Just now, Gao Yunshu had played a little trick and spoke with the elegant language of the Jinjia continent. Now that he was respectfully addressed as a Sword Immortal, the thick-skinned Gao Yunshu blushed with shame. He was sure that this hidden bladesman was the Sword Immortal Senior who had broken the sea market and forced the great Liao to retreat. Although the other party had not brushed past him, and the senior had a good temper and did not ignore him. Instead, he looked at him with a smile and was very patient. But Gao Yunshu actually felt very pressured. He felt that just by standing in front of this senior, it was as if he was in a confrontation with the other party. One wrong word and life and death would be decided. Gao Yunshu hurriedly took a deep breath and forced himself to say, "Can I treat senior to a drink?" Chen Pingan shook his head. Gao Yunshu wanted to say something but stopped. Chen Pingan smiled and asked, "Brother Gao, are you thanking a sword immortal or a stranger for saving you?" It was the same gratitude, but 2 different intentions. Sword Immortal Gao was an honest person. Not only did he not feel that the senior was humiliating him by asking such a question, he even heaved a sigh of relief. He answered, "Of course. Senior Sword Immortal, you did not leave your name, but you helped me retrieve my flying sword. That is equivalent to saving half my life. Of course, I'm extremely grateful. If I can get to know a generous Sword Immortal Senior, that would be the best." To be honest, this junior was born an unorthodox cultivator. There are very few Sword Immortals in the Jinjia continent. To get to know one is harder than ascending to the heavens. This junior is truly unwilling to be a consecrator that binds my hands and feet. Therefore, if I can get to know a Sword Immortal without any benefits, This junior would not have made a wasted trip even if I were to return home now. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, Sword Immortal Gao treats others with sincerity. I'm impressed. Gao Yunshu asked, Senior, are you really not Sword Immortal Shu from my hometown? Chen Pinggan said in puzzlement, Sword Immortal Shu, forgive me for being ignorant. Can I trouble Sword Immortal Gao to explain? Let's talk as we walk. Gao Yunshu strolled with Chen Pinggan and was extremely frank with him. Not only did he mention the Sword Immortal, he even spoke of his own thoughts. The Sword Immortal Shu Jun from his hometown that Gao Yunshu mentioned had already taken the lead in touring the Tongya continent. Gao Yunshu's cross-continent trip, apart from following fate in a foreign land, was actually because he had the intention of seeking advice from Shu Jun on sword arts. Shu Jun was a sword immortal that appeared out of nowhere on the battlefield of the Jinjia continent. The world did not know his real name for the time being. They only knew that his surname was Shu and that he was a native sword immortal of the Jinjia continent. However, he had ascended to the 5 realms, but before that huge battle, he remained unknown. It was said that this Shu Jun and the word-engraved old sword immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Qi Tingji, hit it off very well. Gao Yunshu wanted to come here to try his luck. If Senior Shu Jun had the wish to establish a sect in the Jinjia continent, Gao Yunshu wanted to follow Senior Shu Jun and at the very least, become one of the founders in name. Chen Pinggan seemed to be casually asking about the situation on the battlefield of the Jinjia continent, but Gao Yunshu still spilled the beans. He did not mind telling this senior more about his deeds. Among them, he mentioned Cao Ci of the Central Plains Divine Continent and 2 female martial grandmasters from his hometown. However, Gao Yunshu was a mountain cultivator and the Temple of Confucius had banned him. Therefore, he only heard about the 2 women. One was surnamed Shi and the other was surnamed Pei. Gao Yunshu guessed that since the latter's surname was Pei, she was most likely a martial artist from the Great Duan dynasty. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. The Great Duan dynasty's martial fate was so prosperous that it shocked the world. Putting aside the pair of master and disciple, Pei Bei and Cao Ci, there was also a prodigy who appeared to be younger than Cao Ci. As for whether she was in the far travel realm or the peak realm, it was hard to say. However, the far travel realm was already very exaggerated. Could it be that half of the martial fate of the world was really in the Great Duan dynasty? Chen Pinggan made a rough calculation in his heart. Back then, when Wanyan Larojing was engraved on the city wall, Shizaishi was that Yujuanfu. As for the female martial artist who was younger than Cao Ci, could she be another direct disciple of the martial god Pei Bei? After hearing this, Chen Pinggan smiled and said, I'm really not some sword immortal Shu Jun. He reached out and patted the hilt of his narrow saber, indicating that he was purely a martial artist. Gao Yunshu gathered his courage and asked tentatively, then why did Steward Huang look so highly at you and specially sent someone to give you a wooden box? Gao Yunshu hurriedly swore, Senior, please don't think too much about it. I saw it by accident. It's just that ever since you boarded the ship, you've been rather independent and left a deep impression on me. Good fellow, what sharp eyes. Could it be that he had followed the clues and found me to blackmail me? Chen Pinggan could not be bothered to explain and stopped using telepathy. He cupped his fists and said, since it's a chance meeting, let's stop here. Gao Yunshu nodded and did not dare to pester him further. If it really was that sword immortal senior whose sword arts were divine, regardless of whether he was from the same hometown as Shu Jun, he should not push his luck. He cupped his fists and returned the greeting, then I wish you a smooth journey. He was certain that Shu Jun was a sword immortal. Even if he kept calling him sword immortal Gao. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, then I wish you a happy dream come true. Gao Yunshu laughed and said, farewell. Chen Pinggan narrowed his eyes and nodded. Gao Yunshu turned and left in large strides. To return to the ferry square, he needed to change to another ferry as a stop for the northern tour. Yu Xie whispered, did you see that? The pugilistic world. This is the pugilistic world. Cheng Chaolu and Nalan Yuji whispered, Yuji, why didn't you copy down Master Cao's words? The little girl lifted her sleeves and glared, can it fit in ink and paper? Cheng Chaolu wanted to argue, but Nalan Yuji only needed paper and pen to write and copy. But before Cheng Chaolu could speak, Chen Pinggan reached out and pressed his head, teasing, "If you don't want to be a bachelor for the rest of your life, don't speak." In fact, all the children realized one thing no matter how late they were. Master Hidden Officer was most concerned about Yaro Xiaoyan and Nalan Yuji. Although he was calm and treated everyone equally and did not care who was more important or belittled based on their realm or the quality of their natal flying sword, Master Hidden Officer, or rather, Master Cao, would look at the two little girls with especially gentle eyes, as if he was looking at his own juniors. When it was time to eat, Chen Pinggan looked around and finally chose a restaurant. He even asked for a private room from the waiter and did not ask for any wine. After the dishes were served, Chen Pinggan did not eat much and chewed slowly. Bai Xian and Nalan Yuji sat on either side of Chen Pinggan. It was not because they were in the cave-dwelling realm and were in a higher realm than the others, but because they were bold and were not shy with strangers. These children did not go out even once on the Tsai ferry. When they got off the ferry and arrived at the driving mountain ferry, they were so obedient that it did not match their age and temperament. But the children of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, especially when they were born to be sword immortals, were in fact the most ignorant children in the world. This was because there were too many sword immortals and they could be seen everywhere. And those sword immortals who walked down the city wall were most likely the elders of a child's family, their teachers, or their neighbors. Nalan Yuji said, "Master Cao, shall I pay the bill today?" Chen Pinggan shook his head and said with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, but forget about paying the bill." Nalan Yuji said, "I have a lot of Guyu Qian. Back then, the Fengtsuan item that my ancestor gave me was full of immortal money. She always said that if you don't move money, you can't make money." Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "Don't listen to half of what she said. Otherwise, no matter how much money you have, you can't afford to spend it. Only when money falls into the hands of businessmen, you have to move your nest and go to other places." Nalan Yuji blinked her eyes, "Then I will partner with Master Cao to do business. The money will be handed over to Master Cao to take care of. When you make money, you can give me dividends." Chen Pinggan could not help but laugh. He put down his chopsticks and waved his hand, "No need, no need." Ancestor Nalan Tsaihuan? He did not know if she had established a sect in the vast world. The little girl was a little dejected. Chen Pinggan comforted her, "Don't worry, if there is a way to make money in the future, I will ask you." While Chen Pinggan was eating, he kept paying attention to the conversations outside. But there were not many people talking about the world. Most of them were discussing ways to make money in low voices. The group boarded the immortal boat to Yellow Flower Ferry. After Chen Pinggan arranged for the two groups of children, he sat in his room for a while. He took off his bamboo hat and walked to the bow of the boat alone. Bai Xian quickly appeared and came to Chen Pinggan's side. He asked telepathically, "Why don't you let us hide in the grotto heaven? That way, Master Cao can return home earlier." Chen Pinggan patiently explained, "If I travel alone, riding the wind to Aquarius continent, as long as I meet with an accident, it will be bigger. I might not be able to get there quickly. If I follow the ferry, there will be many accidents and I will hide myself. If I take the sea route, there will be more demons hiding. Just like the big venomous snake, if I take the land route, although I need to cross one more continent, it will be much more stable. Furthermore, in Tongyi continent, I have many friends that I need to meet." Bai Xian nodded. He stood on his tiptoes and grabbed the railing with both hands. He had a worried expression. After a moment of silence, he took the initiative to speak, "Master Cao, my natal flying sword is very ordinary, its grade is not high. That's why the elders said that my achievements will not be too high. At most, I will be an earth immortal. I need to rely on luck. That was in my hometown. Now that I am here, I might not be able to become an Aurus core sword cultivator." Regarding their natal flying swords, Chen Pinggan did not purposely ask the children, so the children did not mention it. But Chen Pinggan took over the Summer Palace as a hidden official. When he was at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he created a method to evaluate the grade of flying swords. But the method of selection was very utilitarian and had great killing power. It was useful for catching sword cultivators in battle. The grade was not as high as the flying swords that were suitable for the battlefield. The children were bored. They gently knocked their foreheads against the railing. Chen Pinggan crossed his arms and leaned against the railing. He said casually, "Cultivation is a matter of stepping on your feet every day. Many years later, where you stand is a matter of the future. Since it is destined to be a matter of no benefit to thinking about it now, it is better to worry about it when the time comes. Anyway, when the time comes, I can still drink. Master Cao, you definitely do not lack good wine." Bai Xian was a little surprised. "I thought Master Cao would say nice words to comfort people." Chen Pinggan joked, "There are nice words too. A few baskets would not be enough." Bai Xian hesitated and sighed. "After meeting and chatting with Master Cao in private, when I return, I probably won't be friends with Yu Qingzhong and the rest." Chen Pinggan smiled and did not speak. Bai Xian asked curiously, "Master Cao, aren't you curious?" Chen Pinggan looked into the distance. "I have a general guess. Back then, when the sword cultivators risked their lives to save the sword immortals that fell into the hands of the great demons, I stopped them. It was rather hurtful. I guess there are sword cultivators inside. They are the senior masters of Yu Qingzhong and the rest." Bai Xian was even more puzzled. "You don't mind that Yu Qingzhong and the rest did not know what was good for them? Even a fool knows that you are doing this for the good of the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Chen Pinggan said softly, "Who says that doing a good deed will not hurt people's hearts? Many times, it will hurt people even more." Bai Xian shook his head. "In any case, I feel that Yu Qingzhong and the rest are wrong." Chen Pinggan did not want to say more about this. Bai Xian said to himself, "My master's master was one of the sword cultivators. After the ancestor died, my master did not say anything bad about the hidden official. He also did not stop me from becoming a little hidden official. Instead, he praised me for my ambition." Chen Pinggan patted the child's head. "Your master is very impressive." Bai Xian looked up and smiled. "Then when Master Cao sees that Chen Li in the future, can you negotiate with him and give me the title of a little hidden official?" Chen Pinggan said, "Let's talk about it when we meet." Bai Xian complained, "Scholars are not straightforward. They beat around the bush and only say vague things about taking advantage but not losing out." Chen Pinggan turned around and nodded. "It is not good. It needs to be changed. So I will give you the answer now." "No." Bai Xian opened his eyes wide and sighed. He put his hands behind his back and returned to his residence alone. He left the stingy Master Cao alone to drink the wind. It was early spring. The weather was still warm and cold, but the earth was full of spring wind. The yellow flowers fought to be first, and the world thanked the East Monarch. The green-robed traveler hung a wine pot on his blade and looked down at the earth. He did not look away for a long time. Chen Pinggan suddenly thought of something. Was his first disciple already at the Golden Body Realm? Then her height. Was she as tall as he Ji? Chen Pinggan leaned on the railing. He smiled until his eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth curled up. Previously, on the colorful clothes ferry, there was a young man from the Jinjia continent who left his hometown for the first time. He opened his eyes wide and his mind swayed. He stared blankly at the sharp sword aura of the rainbow-severing talisman. A line of sword aura slashed down. The sword aura seemed to split the heaven and earth. There was no sign of the sword aura, only the bright sword aura. It was like the most beautiful painting in the world. So the young man made up his mind at that moment. He wanted to learn the talisman and practice the sword. What if, because of him, there was another sword aura in the Jinjia continent? Of course, Chen Pinggan did not know that there was such a thing. Just like many years ago, Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple also did not know that at that time, there was actually a young man with straw sandals. He stared blankly at the sword aura that broke the sky. Chen Pinggan returned to his room and wrote a secret letter. He handed it to the sword room on the ferry to help send the letter to the Jade sect's Shenzhuan Peak. The recipient was Jiang Shangzhen. The sender was Cao Mo of the escort city. The sender of the letter on the mountain could hide his head and tail and deliberately not write it. However, The recipient's name and Taoist name could not be missed. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. For example, some cultivators on the mountain peak only wrote their own name. It was actually more effective to write that the letter was addressed to the Hall of Ancestral Masters. Chen Pinggan did not care about the strange looks from the cultivators of the sword room. After all, he was not the same person who traveled carefully for the first time in the Tongya continent. After Chen Pinggan left, a young cultivator of the sword room asked carefully, "A big shot?" An old man who was in charge of the sword room on the ferry sneered, "One look and you can tell that he is a swindler. He doesn't know how to change his tricks. I have met him several times. Don't pay attention to this kind of trash. I can guarantee that this kind of letter will eat dust in the archives room for hundreds of years when it reaches the Shunzhuan Peak." In the past, there was a guy who took the Heavenly Fault Peak ferry. He deliberately spent a few immortal coins and sent a letter to Old Lord Zun. As a result, he cheated 2 female cultivators who came from legitimate families. One of them was the deputy manager of the ferry's sword room, and the other was a woman who he had just met not long ago. Later on, they found out that the guy was actually a good-for-nothing cultivator from the mountains and lakes. In the end, they finally caught that guy. At most, they would beat him up, but they could not really do anything to him. No matter how hard they tried to reason with him, wasn't it still consensual? What else can we do? We can only take it as a lesson learned. A girl from the sword room blushed as she listened. No wonder she felt that the man in green kept looking at her. It turned out that he was a pervert with ulterior motives. The old man smiled and said, "This is considered shallow. There are more clever tricks." He pretended to be a dethroned prince and hid a fake imperial jade seal and a dragon robe in his luggage. Then he seemed to be careless and the girl happened to see it. There were also those who hung a wine pot on their waist. Sword immortals went down the mountain. Even if they had the blade-strengthening gourd, it was just a camouflage, right? So some people took a small broken gourd and cast a water spell. They drank non-stop in places like the bow of the boat where there were many people. The young man suddenly understood and said, "That guy seemed to only have a small red wine pot on his waist. He didn't drink. Most likely he saw that you were here and didn't dare to show those clumsy tricks." The old man stroked his beard and smiled. That guy was very inexperienced. He came here to humiliate himself. The girl was a little scared. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the man was indeed sneaky and shifty-eyed. It was a pity that his eyes were ruined. The girl was ashamed and annoyed until she went back to work with lingering fear. The old man in charge of the sword room immediately threw a glance at the young man. The latter grinned and cupped his fists to thank him. The old man stretched out 2 fingers. The young man shook 1 finger. It was a pot of wine, no more. As for whether that person really knew Jade Sect's sect master Jiang, it was actually not that important. Anyway, for someone like Jiang Shangzhen, his friends would only be high and mighty. They couldn't know him and couldn't afford to be friends with him. The young man suddenly asked, "Where's the escort city?" The old man shook his head, "I've never heard of it. It's most likely a deliberate mystification." The young man joked, "I don't even know that it's signed off at Taiping Mountain or Fuho sect." The old man snorted, "How dare he insult Taiping Mountain and Fuho sect? I'll turn hostile on the spot and kick him off the ferry." The girl suddenly raised her head and said in a low voice, "The old site of Taiping Mountain has become a land without an owner. Aren't there many people fighting for territory now?" The old man wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he didn't say a word and sighed. Chen Pinggan actually didn't go too far. After hearing the last sentence, he stopped. His face was expressionless and his eyes were gloomy. The immortal school that owned the Yellow Flower Ferry in the early years had been destroyed in the war and turned into ruins. The entire ancestral mountain had been leveled by the immortal magic arts. However, the middle-aged swordsman in a green robe and his children were very strange. They didn't show up at the Yellow Flower Ferry. Instead, they seemed to have suddenly disappeared halfway. The ferry only knew that before the ferry docked, the middle-aged man had returned to the sword room and sent a letter to the Divine Seal Peak. On a stormy night, Chen Pinggan, with a jade hairpin on his head, quietly broke the prohibition of the ferry. He rode the wind to the north alone. After leaving the ferry more than 10 miles behind, he changed from riding the wind to riding the sword. The thunder in the sky was so loud that it shook people's hearts. There were so many strange phenomena in the world that the people on the ferry behind him were so frightened that they had to take a detour. Within 100 miles of the driving mountain ferry, the terrain was flat. Only a mountain peak stood abruptly, which was particularly eye-catching. At the top of the mountain, there was a platform on which a chessboard was carved. There were 32 chess pieces, which were as big as stone blocks and weighed thousands of pounds. There were 2 practitioners standing at the 2 ends of the chessboard. They were playing a game of chess. Every time a chess piece was eaten by the opponent on the chessboard, they had to pay a grain rain money. It was a small gambling game between practitioners of the upper 5 realms. One of them was young and handsome. He was only 200 years old. He was the famous great sword immortal of the Golden Armor continent. His nickname was Shu Jun, and his real name was Shu Ku. Somehow, he became the guest of the Liu family of the White Mountain continent. This time, he rushed to the southernmost part of the Tongyi continent on his sword to protect a new treasure bowl for the god of wealth of the White Mountain continent. For example, Wu Zhenlan and the Liu family had a large sum of grain rain money on credit for the colorful clothes ferry. The Liu family not only gave them a ready-made cross-continent ferry, but the price was also fair. Cultivators of Wu Zhenlan were also surprised by the commission of the ferry's profits for the next 500 years. For the Tongyi continent, a great sword immortal who had fought hundreds and thousands of swords on the battlefield of the Golden Armor continent was a well-deserved dragon crossing the river. The key to the complicated feelings of the practitioners on the mountain peak was this Shu Ku. He seemed to belong to a small group of people who were born by chance. As a local snake, Wang Ji was a native qi cultivator of the Tongyi continent. He was in the jade unpolished realm. He called himself the obedient cliff disciple, also known as the Jilin old man. He was not a sword practitioner, but when he was young, he liked to travel with a sword and was fond of martial arts. He had a scholarly appearance, but he had the nickname of the executioner on the mountain. He cultivated very late on the mountain and became an official for 30 years. He was born as a civil official and personally killed more than 10 people with his sword, from evil servants to corrupt officials to bandits in the forest. Later, he resigned and lived in seclusion. When he left the mountain, he became a mountain practitioner and finally became a consecrator of the Jade Gui sect, the kind that had a chair in the ancestral hall. But before that, Wang Ji was the upper 5 realms cultivator who scolded Jiang Shangzhen the most in the entire Tongyi continent. Therefore, Wang Ji's trip south to the Yuju ferry was to help the Jade Gui sect curse. The person who mediated between the 2 sides was a female cultivator who came here temporarily to relax. She was the junior sister of the Liu Xia continent's immortal Tsong Li, and also the wife of the cave master of the Heaven's Corner cave. She was born with a beautiful appearance, wearing a jasper flower crown and a brocade robe, and had a graceful figure. Her son was one of the 10 young candidates, but now that he was in the 5th realm, it would be around 80 years before the mother and son could meet. Every time she thought of this, she would blame her husband for being so heartless and letting her son travel to another realm. Wang Ji casually threw out a grain rain coin and asked, "When will the few cross-continent ferries in Old Dragon City arrive?" Xu Ming didn't take the grain rain coin. Instead, he crushed it on the spot and turned it into a dense spiritual aura. The tall mountain beneath their feet was a formation restriction carefully built by the Liu clan cultivators. It could gather the spiritual aura of heaven and earth and the fate of mountains and rivers from all directions. Xu Ming's expression was indifferent. He said, "When we reach the ferry, we'll naturally see it." Wang Ji sneered. "Be careful of the strong winds and strong waves. If you're not acclimatized to the water, you'll capsize on both land and water." Xu Ming was still expressionless. "Capsize? Your sect master Jiang will capsize it, right? Anyway, as long as I capsize one, I'll go to the Divine Seal Peak to ask the sword." Wang Ji clicked his tongue. "From your tone, you'll definitely win." Xu Ming said, "I'll most likely lose. As long as it won't delay my Q sword." Wang Ji stomped his foot and picked up a chess piece. He placed it on the chessboard and gave Xu Ming a thumbs up. As expected of a sword cultivator who knows Qi Tingji, Xu Ming said, "You also know Xu Ming. That's not bad." Wang Ji laughed angrily. "If you meet Jiang Shangzhen, you'll either fight to the death or become friends with him. There's no other possibility." The female cultivator from the Liuxia continent shook her head. She really didn't know why the two of them hadn't fought yet. They competed on the chessboard every day and even bickered like this. Why did it feel like the two of them were quite congenial? Xu Ming suddenly asked, "Is Jiang Shangzhen really in seclusion or just faking it?" Wang Ji sighed. For the first time, he was somewhat sentimental. God knows. In any case, during the last meeting at the ancestral hall, he was so sick and half dead. It made one's heart ache. Xu Ming glanced at the north. He really couldn't bring himself to like this Tongya continent that was filled with foul air and evil intentions. Knew that they were wrong, but didn't admit it. Saved worry. Admitted fault, but didn't want to correct it. Saved effort. What a good way to save effort. In the end, many people really did survive. Such a big mess returning to the vast realm wasn't much better than when it fell into the hands of the wasteland world. There was only one thing to talk about. Since there was no longer a single Taiping mountain cultivator in the Tongya continent, how many forces on the mountain coveted that territory? They were all ready to make a move, both openly and secretly. The Fusho sect was slightly better. After all, there were still some descendants left. Even if the situation was unstable, under the protection of the academy, the few Fusho sect cultivators with low cultivation realms could still justifiably protect their ancestral mountain. For the time being, no one dared to touch it. This was the case now. But 10 years later, 100 years later, the cultivators on the mountain had many methods to lay in ambush. It wasn't as simple as just taking things by force. The academy could protect it for a while, but not for long. When the young sect master of the Fusho sect returned from the New World, the only thing left in the ancestral hall of the Fusho sect might be the sect master's chair in name only. Even if he sat down, he might be surrounded by a forest of knives from all directions. Xu Ming was of Confucian origin. He just didn't go to the Academy of the Golden Armor continent to study. Wang Ji, who was playing chess with Xu Ming, was the same. Wang Ji sat down on a chess piece and said helplessly, "Don't see what's hidden, don't show what's small, so a gentleman has to be careful." People like us who talk about Confucianism and are Taoists put the most effort into being careful. We have to be able to lower our heads with a clear conscience and raise our heads with a clear conscience. It was rare for Xu Ming to agree with Wang Ji. He nodded and said, "Look at yourself as if you see your lungs and liver." Wang Ji sighed and said, "When the academy is completely rebuilt, the situation will definitely improve." Wang Ji shook his sleeves and said self-mockingly, "I'm a mountain visitor. My life is full of emotions." The woman asked, "What happened to the guy who wrote the article to criticize the mellow scholar Chen Chunan?" The Confucian temple banned the Mountain and Mountain Bulletin for 5 years. However, the cultivators on the mountain peak had various celestial methods to secretly transmit various kinds of information. Wang Ji sneered and said, "Nothing much. He's living a good life. He has a lot of fans, and all of them sincerely regard him as the continent's courageous scholar and the conscience of Confucianism. They've been clamoring for many years to let this official academy's headmaster be the headmaster of one of the 72 academies. Otherwise, the major Confucian lineages in the Central Plains Confucian Temple would secretly join forces to ostracize him. That's why he's sitting on the fishing platform steadily." When the young people read the poems and articles of some old people, their words were full of decadence. However, when some old people looked at the energetic and radical young people, they would smile but their eyes would be gloomy. They would see them as traitors. When an old man was narrow-minded, and closed-minded without knowing it, the vigor of youth and the margin of error that age gave to the youth would be a great harm in and of itself. Even if the young people did not say anything, they were wrong. The young people would not understand why the old people were so easily disappointed. The old people looked at the young people coldly. They went from hope to disappointment. A great battle had ended. Too many of the youths on the mountain had died. Many old people were still sneering. When they saw it, they pretended not to see it. Xu Xie twitched the corner of his mouth and said sarcastically, "I heard Liu Jubao say that the old ancestor of the Yu family originally wanted to remove this person from the position of the mountain chieftain of the college in the dynasty. However, after such a commotion, it was not easy to touch him. He was worried that it would make things difficult for the other orthodoxes, including the line of the quasi-saints. Moreover, so what if he was removed from the position of mountain chieftain? This person would only be more complacent and his conscience would be at ease. Maybe he's waiting for the old ancestor of the Yu family to touch him so that he can earn another reputation." Wang Ji glanced at Xu Xie. This guy had a lot to say today. It was rare. The woman from the Liuxia continent sighed. "I always feel that something is wrong with this world, but I can't put my finger on it." Xu Xie said in a low voice, "In this world, there are too few scholars like Xiu Hu." Wang Ji said sadly, "It's not that there are too few, it's that there are none." The ruins of Taiping Mountain. At the entrance of the dilapidated mountain gate, the memorial arch had long collapsed. A green robe floated to the ground. He tore off his mask and restored his true appearance. He squatted down and gently pressed on a piece of gravel. Some words could be seen faintly. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd and poured a pot of wine. After getting up, the young man's body bent slightly again. He no longer deliberately straightened his back. This way, he could draw his sword and punch faster. A young Confucian rushed over from afar. He looked alert and asked, "What are you doing? Didn't we agree that no one is allowed to enter the ancestral mountain of Taiping Mountain recently?" The man in the green robe with a saber smiled and said, "Speak? It doesn't seem to work, right? Then I'll guard here. Isn't it just guarding the gate? I've been guarding the gate for many years. I'm good at it." The disciple of the academy saw the uninvited guest smiling. His smile seemed to be bright, but for some reason, it made him feel a chill down his spine. He could not say a word. The man did not say much. He just walked forward slowly, turned around, and sat on the steps. His back was facing Taiping Mountain, and he looked into the distance. Then, he closed his eyes to rest. The man suddenly asked, "Is the ancestral mountain a few hundred miles in radius?" The disciple of the academy looked gloomy and said, 10 miles in radius." After a while, the disciples of the academy, who had been thinking about what to say, saw a blur in front of their eyes. They could no longer see the figure sitting there. However, a small mountain dozens of miles away seemed to have been split open inexplicably. One of the mountain peaks separated into two cliffs. One of the nascent soul stage cultivators took a step forward and stood on the edge of the cliff instead of the mountain peak. Then, he remained motionless, as steady as a mountain that could not be moved even by thunder. Because a hand pressed on his head, the man asked, "How do you want to die? If you have too many choices and don't know which one to choose, I can help you choose one." 5 fingers like hooks imprisoned the nascent soul cultivator's head together with his soul. "Don't delay me from finding the next one. I'm not very patient." Just when the nascent soul cultivator was about to swim out of his body, he screamed as if he had been pierced by thousands of swords. His soul and body trembled together. Just when he was about to lower his body to beg for mercy, his soul was taken out of his body and into the man's sleeve. Then, his body fell to the ground. In another place, an earth immortal of Jindan realm sensed that something was wrong. Without saying anything, he flew away with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he was already 30 miles away. Unexpectedly, he seemed to be pulled back and finally fell to the ground. A young man with an unfamiliar face, with his hands in his sleeves, bent down and asked with a smile, "Hello, I'm Chen Pingan. I'm here to visit an old friend. Are you a registered cultivator of Taiping Mountain? If not, you may not end well." More than 100 miles away, a hidden cultivator sneered and said, "Fellow cultivator, isn't this cruel behavior too much?" Chen Pingan turned his head to look, but it was not in the direction where the voice came from. Instead, his line of sight was more than 30 miles away. "Leave him here. I'll give you a chance to send a flying sword message to call for reinforcements. Remember, Don't be as weak as you. The person stopped hiding and laughed loudly. It was a woman. Chen Pingan took a step forward and directly came to the side of the female cultivator. You're so happy. In an instant, the female cultivator's face turned pale. Her mind raced. Sword immortal? A small world? In less than an incense stick's worth of time, or perhaps even less than half an incense stick's worth of time, that Confucian disciple who was filled with righteous indignation but could do nothing about it, saw that person grab a woman's hair and throw her outside the mountain gate, where she fell heavily to the ground. That person then returned to the mountain gate and continued to sit there. Using his finger, he gently unsheathed his saber and nailed it into the ground near the woman's face. Chen Pingan asked with a smile, "Do you want to drink?" The Confucian disciple raised his arm and wiped his forehead. He shook his head and reminded softly, "There's still an immortal behind this. After such a commotion, he'll definitely come." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "I'll wait for him." The Confucian disciple suddenly changed his mind. "Senior, give me a pot of wine to calm me down." Chen Pingan threw a pot of wine. The young Confucian disciple caught the pot and drank a big mouthful. He turned his head and asked in confusion, "Senior, don't you want to drink?" The Confucian disciple only saw the man shaking his head and then bending down with his hands in his sleeves. He looked calm and looked into the distance. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that this man in a green robe who seemed to have fallen from the sky was not happy at all. Instead, he was sad. What was he sad about? Was it because of the Taiping Mountain behind him? But how many years had it been since Taiping Mountain was empty? Was it because he was late? But it could not be. Even if he was not a cultivator from the Tongya continent, his hometown was the Liuxia continent, which was the furthest away. No matter how far the road was, he should have heard the news and rushed here long ago. Chen Pingan asked, "What did the academy say?" The young Confucian disciple said, "Our new hill master did not allow anyone to occupy Taiping Mountain. But it seems very difficult." Chen Pingan nodded and was silent for a moment. It was as if he was making a promise to the Taiping Mountain behind him that had been empty for many years. "It's not difficult as long as I'm here. Jiang Shong is really a good-for-nothing." The young Confucian disciple's scalp tingled and he hurriedly drank. Chen Pingan looked up and asked with a smile, "Isn't that right, Brother Ju Fei?" A hearty laugh sounded, and then the handsome man appeared. His hair was slightly white, as if the smile on his face had won over his tiredness. He looked even more handsome and elegant. He cried out and apologized repeatedly. It turned out that the man had stepped on the face of the female cultivator in the pure jade state. The young Confucian disciple was stunned. He saw that the previous suzerain of the Jade Gui sect, who had long been famous in the world, did not intend to lift his foot at all even though he said sorry. Finally, he bowed to the man beside him and said, "Consecrator Ju Fei pays his respects to the hill master." Chen Pingan did not get up. He took out 2 pots of wine and threw 1 pot to Jiang Shangzhen. He looked up at the strange yet familiar Jiang Shangzhen and said softly, "You've worked hard to meet me again. It's really not easy. The hill master is really too much." In the second letter, he only said that he would not go to the Shenzhuan peak. "Luckily, I'm smart enough to know that you would go straight here." Jiang Shangzhen was finally willing to withdraw his foot, but he used the tip of his foot to push the female cultivator several feet away. He took the wine pot and sat beside Chen Pingan. He raised the wine pot in his hand high with a happy expression, but his voice was not loud. He said with a smile, "Good brother, let's have a drink." The 2 wine pots gently knocked against each other, and then they were silent and drank separately. There was nothing good in Jianghu except for wine. 749. Speaking of which, the physical book of Swords of the Future has been published. It's a set of 7 volumes. Jiang Shangzhen leaned forward and looked past Chen Pingan, who was in the middle. He smiled at the disciple of the academy and asked, "This scholar, are you from the Dafu Academy? Do you have the title of a gentleman?" The young man immediately stood up and walked down a few steps. He bowed respectfully and said, "Yang Pu, a Confucian scholar from the Great Fu Academy, greets Master Jiang." "You're too polite. I'm not a scholar. Jiang Shangzhen returned the greeting and said, Young Pu, I have an impression of you. You're a man with a handle. I'll treat it as if I know you from now on. Chen Pinggan couldn't help but tease, Brother Ju Fei, you have a good reputation now. Did you sell all the erotic books on the mountain to the academy? Jiang Shangzhen laughed, there have been many things on the mountain these years. I've delayed a lot of work. Chen Pinggan asked, Master Jiang? Jiang Shangzhen nodded, I've been in charge for 3 years. I'm thin-skinned and can't stand being pointed at and scolded. I gave the position to Wei Ying. Before Jiang Shangzhen went into seclusion, he had already officially stepped down from his position as sect master in the ancestral hall that was filled with new faces. Currently, the new sect master of Jade sect was the former 9-Yi Peak master, immortal realmsword cultivator, Wei Ying. Wei Ying took the opportunity to resign from his position as the master of Zhenjing sect and gave the position to Liu Laocheng, the head of a lower sect. That was why young Pu of the academy called him Old Master Jiang. Of course, Jiang Shangzhen wasn't young. Young Pu straightened his back and said shyly, My knowledge is shallow and I'm not a sage. I don't dare to say that I'm familiar with Master Jiang. Jiang Shangzhen teased, You're not a sage? Da Fu Academy is burying talents. I think it's more than enough to give you the title of a gentleman. I'll help you talk to Mountain Leader Cheng. If I'm not powerful enough, I'll ask Mountain Leader Chen. He's an old friend of Mountain Leader Cheng and they're both scholars. His words will definitely work. Chen Pinggan declined to comment. Young Pu was a little flustered, he bowed again and said, Old Sect Master Jiang, Junior Young Pu did not stay here to fish for fame. Moreover, I haven't made any progress in the past 3 years, I beg Old Sect Master not to do this. Otherwise, Young Pu will have to leave immediately and ask the academy to send someone else here. Jiang Shangzhen nodded and said, Then just take it as a joke, don't take it seriously. If it were someone else, Mountain Lord Chen and I might not have liked him. You really are an idiot. Don't you know that if you leave now, all your previous efforts will be wasted? If the court bulletin of the Yugue sect was not wrong, you had come to Taiping Mountain on your own initiative before the academy spoke. Mountain Elder Cheng had no choice but to come here in person to support you, a rash young man. If you withdraw from Taiping Mountain at this time, you'll be a fool for a few years. You won't be able to take any advantage, and you'll be in trouble. These 3 immortal sects on the mountain will definitely remember young Pu's name. Therefore, listen to my advice. Behave yourself and stay by our side, drink and watch the show in peace. Young Pu still wanted to say something. Chen Pinggan drank a mouthful of wine and said slowly, On the academy's side, from the mountain elders to the disciples of Confucianism, everyone is watching you. Young Pu can disregard his future because he has a clear conscience. However, many people who sincerely admire young Pu will feel indignant for you. They will feel that good people are not rewarded. There's no harm in thinking about this principle. Once you understand it, you can make a decision. When the time comes, at the very least, Jiang Shangzhen and I will still treat you as a true scholar. You're welcome to visit the Jade sect or the Falling True sect in the future. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, Since Mountain Lord is still so patient, I'll be relieved. Jiang Shangzhen only saw the last of the 3 battles, so he was a little worried. He was not only worried about how powerful Chen Pinggan's swordsmanship and fist skills were, but he was also worried that the young Mountain Lord of Luopa Mountain had become a complete stranger after not seeing him for 20 years. For example, he had become a mountain person that Jiang Shangzhen was familiar with. Chen Pinggan glanced at the female cultivator in the pure jade state who was lying on the ground not far away. His expression was indifferent and his eyes were lonely. Patience depends on the person. Jiang Shangzhen spoke telepathically to Chen Pinggan. The new mountain leader of the Da Fu Academy is the deputy mountain leader of the Deer Academy of the Cloud Forest in your hometown. However, because he is the mountain leader of the 72 academies, he is using his true demon name, Cheng Longju, for the first time. Cheng Longju was born with the water lineage after all. As the mountain lord of the Academy of Confucianism, he caused a lot of criticism on the mountain. Emperor Dali Song he used a lot of incense on the mountain for this. This was also the result of the Confucian Temple of Middle-earth's ban on the Mountain Lord's Bulletin for 5 years. Otherwise, with the current situation, there would only be people quarreling. It would waste a lot of good opportunities and delay a lot of important matters. Chen Pinggan thought about it and finally solved one of his doubts. Why did the Confucian Temple of Confucianism choose to ban the Mountain Lord's Bulletin for 5 years? Although the Confucian scholar Yang Pu did not know what the two immortals were talking about, he still felt uncomfortable. After all, there was a pure jade state cultivator lying on the ground in front of him. Her life and death were uncertain. This is such a big matter. Even if the two of you are very powerful and have a high status, shouldn't you be a little more careful? Chen Pinggan lifted his chin and pointed at the woman on the ground. What's your background? Jiang Shangzhen gloated and said, before I answer, let me ask you a small question. How much strength did you use? If I were her, I could kill her and wipe out her nascent divinity with just 2 or 3 sword strikes. But to knock her out in such a short period of time, and even imprison her soul and yin divinity in her qi abode, it was as if she had been guarding the door. Truth be told, even I might not be able to do such a thing, much less ordinary cultivators like Jade Pu and immortals. You should know that this woman's fighting skills are average, but she is good at escaping. She has mastered the 5 elements escape technique to the point of perfection. As long as she is not isolated from the world, she can escape as she pleases. Even sword cultivators of the same level as her can't kill her. They can't even seriously injure her. It's hard to say how much. Chen Pinggan twitched the corner of his mouth and continued speaking in his mind. However, I did temporarily isolate a small world in the battlefield. With a little trick, I wrote a few Spring Festival talisman couplets on the door of her 16 Qi residences. If she dares to wake up, it's equivalent to asking for the sword and fighting with me. Therefore, she has no choice but to continue pretending to be dead. However, before that, I was more reasonable. I let her use a secret technique to send a message to the ancestral hall and ask for reinforcements to come to Taiping Mountain to denounce me. Chen Pinggan smiled and stretched out his hand from his sleeve. He used his thumb and forefinger to press on a crimson coral hairpin. Of course, she's more innocent. Whether it's walking down the mountain or fighting experience, they are all very middle 5 realms. I really don't know how she ascended to the upper 5 realms. Is her life too good? Jiang Shangzhen stretched out his hand and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Our poor sister Jiang Shu. In your hands, other than keeping her chastity, she has nothing left. I guess Sister Jiang Shu thought about it and felt that it would be better if she didn't keep her chastity. Chen Pinggan turned a deaf ear to him. He continued to use the object refining technique to carefully break the mountain and river restriction of this token. When he opened the mountain, he already knew the sect that this female cultivator of the upper 5 realms was from. The key was to know her true backer. Moreover, this jasper hairpin was a top-notch magic treasure made of excellent materials. It was valuable, very valuable. Jiang Shangzhen held it in for a long time but still couldn't hold it in. He laughed and stopped speaking in his mind. Her name is Han Jiangshu. Her sect is a little strange. In the Tongye continent, they don't show their strength. Ordinary cultivators in the blessed lands look up and see the banished immortals fall to the ground and make a scene. The cultivators of her sect are used to traveling the vast world, running amok and abusing others. When they get into trouble, they hide in the blessed lands and nobody knows. Chen Pinggan lowered his head and looked at the coral hairpin. He understood and laughed. She's from the Wn Yarrow sect of the 3 Mountains Blessed Land? No wonder she has such a temper despite her weak abilities. Her courage is even more admirable. In the files of the Summer Palace, there was an old almanac page that recorded this place. It was even more hidden than the Eastern Sea Temple. The 3 Mountains Blessed Land had a radius of 10,000 miles. Although it was called the 3 Mountains, in reality, there was only one island on the sea. It was said to be one of the 3 ancient divine mountains. It was guarded by a superior deity. There was also a prophecy. The sound of cows' hooves crushing coral. Chen Pinggan guessed that the Wn Yarrow sect didn't get any benefits from a dispute with the stinky cow's nose of the lotus flower blessed land of the 3 Mountains Blessed Land. This was normal. In the past 10,000 years, how many cultivators of the 14th realm were there in the human world? Especially in the peaceful years, there were even fewer. Only when the world was in chaos, like the surging flood, the rising water and sinking land, would there be a few more. For example, Lu Feiyan was meticulous. Another example was Alliance and Kui Dong. Jiang Shangzhen nodded and said, "This woman is relying on the fact that she's the first daughter of the celestial state Han Yushu. In the history of the Wn Yarrow sect, there was also an ascendant state founding ancestor. The later generations could close their doors and do whatever they want. Those who are qualified to go out and travel. Old Han knows that the Tongye Island temple is not to be trifled with. He's worried that our old temple master would be annoyed. Only 2 or 3 people from the Wn Yarrow sect leave the blessed land every 100 years. Their cultivation is not bad, so they're used to being arrogant. After all, Sister Jiang Shu is the first daughter, so she's raised in the boudoir. Moreover, before the old master passed away, he made an agreement with the Central Plains Confucian Temple with the merits he accumulated. He's not allowed to leak any information about the blessed land and the sect. Therefore, the Yugue sect and the Tongye Island Temple gave them some face. Chen Pinggan asked, "What about this war?" Jiang Shangzhen said, "The Wn Yarrow sect put in a lot of effort in the final phase. They used up almost half of their wealth, but they didn't lose any cultivators." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Good eyesight and courage. No wonder they dared to attack the Taiping Mountain." Jiang Shangzhen finished his wine and put the empty pot aside. He held his head with both hands and leaned back on the steps. He continued to speak telepathically, exactly. This favor, not only the academy, but also the Wn Yarrow sect's celestial Han visited the Shenzhuan Peak. "I hid in the Yugue sect to seek peace." Wei Ying had to pinch her nose and smile to thank him face to face. Therefore, the Wn Yarrow sect wants to occupy a piece of land in the Tongye Island outside the 3 mountains blessed land. They've set their sights on the Taiping Mountain. Even if the Dafu Academy doesn't agree, they won't have a bad relationship with the Wn Yarrow sect. However, Chen Pinggan no longer spoke in his mind. Instead, with a thought, he opened half of the spring couplets restrictions on the entrances of Han Jianshu's Qi Manor. Only then did he laugh coldly. "It's a good thing that the mountain and mountain court bulletin has been banned. Otherwise, if a random mountain and mountain court bulletin were to be circulated, the myriad Jade sect, perhaps they're a pawn left by the Jiazi camp in the Tongye Island. Therefore, they hate the Taiping Mountain and want to occupy it so that they can completely cut off the Taiping Mountain's lineage. Perhaps, whoever Master Han tries to reason with, they can just apologize in the court bulletin and clarify that the Wn Yarrow sect has absolutely nothing to do with the desolate land." The conversation between old sect leader Jiang and this mountain lord Chen had been heard clearly by the Confucian scholar Yang Pu. When he heard the last part of the conversation, sweat began to seep out of his forehead. It was unknown whether it was because of the wine or because he was scared. Chen Pinggan turned his head and asked, "Yang Pu, even if you know it's feasible and can easily protect the ruins of the Taiping Mountain, will you still not do it?" Yang Pu plucked up his courage and said, "It's not what a gentleman would do. I will never do it." The bright red coral hairpin between Chen Pinggan's fingers flashed and was quickly put into Chen Pinggan's sleeve. As expected, Han Jiangshu called her father. "Immortal Han Yushu? I'll remember it." Chen Pinggan patted the Confucian scholar's shoulder and snapped his fingers. He tore half of the spring festival couplets left by the sword Qi on the door of her Qi residence. He looked at the female cultivator Han Jiangshu and said, "Did you hear that? You have to thank such a scholar. Many things are taken advantage of by you and yet you still pretend to be innocent. It's not that others are not as smart as you, but there are things that gentlemen should do and things that they shouldn't do. If you do something that you don't want to do, you will think it's stupid. If you don't do it, you will still think it's stupid. You can be happy if you want to. Anyway, don't laugh so loudly like you did today. Didn't you meet me? If I wasn't worried about hitting the wrong person, you would be a hanging statue in the ancestral hall of the Wn Yarrow sect. You would be receiving incense every year. Han Jiangshu sat up silently. She lowered her eyes so that no one could see her expression. She did not say any harsh words, nor did she look at the ruthless guy. She did not even try to escape from here. Yang Pu looked at the pitiful female immortal of the upper 5 states. Was this the Lord Chen Senior worried about hitting the wrong person? Han Jiangshu had been in the limelight in the Tongyi continent in recent years. She had appeared in many summit meetings, such as the one in the Dafu Academy. These years, Yang Pu had been guarding the gate of Taiping Mountain. He did not die suddenly because of his identity as a Confucian scholar. During this period, Han Jiangshu had come once to visit Taiping Mountain. She had stayed at the ruins of the ancestral hall for a long time. Yang Pu followed her from afar. They did not say a word from beginning to end. It was hard to imagine that a female immortal, whom Yang Pu once thought was unattainable, would be pulled by her hair and thrown to the ground. When he finally woke up, he was told to be a hanging statue and receive incense. Yang Pu knew that he did not have the chance to pity Han Jiangshu, but he could not help but pity this female immortal of the pure jade state. Although he was pitiful, he felt relieved. He felt that the anger that had accumulated over the years had been cooled down by the wine. He carefully glanced at Han Jiangshu. She deserved it. Thinking this way, it did not seem right, but Yang Pu could not help it. This senior with the surname Chen was too good at talking. She was not arrogant in front of a small figure like him. She was polite and even invited him to drink. Inexplicably, the Confucian scholar Yang Pu felt relieved. It was like flipping through books in the academy. Chen Pinggan stretched out his hands from his sleeves, hovering in the air to detain the souls of 2 cultivators that had condensed into a ball. The 2 bags that were left in place previously had a puppet talisman stuck on them. At this moment, they began to move towards the mountain gate on their own. Then, their expressions were wooden, like 2 walking corpses, one on the left and one on the right of the mountain gate, acting as door gods. Chen Pinggan casually tossed out the 2 balls of souls, but he didn't let the souls merge into the cultivators' bodies. Instead, they hovered above their heads, drifting slightly with the wind. Then, he twisted out 2 talismans from his sleeves, and stuck them on the souls in a flash. They vibrated incessantly, but 2 waves of heart-wrenching howls unexpectedly didn't reach Yang Pu's ears at all. Han Jiangshu turned a blind eye to this. Her thoughts were all on the young Daoist who was hiding his head and tail. This guy must be a cultivator of the immortal state. An immortal who could wantonly detain her coral hairpin. She had to bear with him for the time being. Cultivating on the mountain, she was not afraid of suffering some losses. There would be a day when she could get back at him. She, Han Jiangshu, was not a rootless cultivator of the mountains and lakes. Her own WN Yarrow sect was a sect that had made great contributions to the Tongyi continent. She did not believe that this person would dare to kill her. Since that was the case, there was no harm in lowering her head for a while. Today, she had failed miserably at such an easy task. That guy was very scheming. Previously, he had used 2 layers of camouflage at the same time. The first layer was to disguise himself as a sword immortal. It was very likely that he had used imitations of immortal swords similar to those of the hateful Sword Mountain. Moreover, there were 2 of them one after the other. The second layer was to isolate the heaven and earth with a formation, pretending to be a saint overseeing a small heaven and earth. That was why her Daoist heart was distracted for a moment. In the end, it turned out that he was a Daoist master of the upper 5 realms who cultivated both talisman and formation. No wonder he deliberately did not wear the Daoist crown or the Daoist robe. It was only after he had used the talisman formation that he was forced to reveal a Daoist robe that was not a disguise. The Daoist robe was vast. It was a lotus crown of one of the 3 branches of the Beko Keikyang building. Its Daoist meaning was ethereal and definitely could not be faked. She still had this bit of eyesight. In particular, those sword chi talisman that suppressed her ki chi residence were the most difficult to deal with. Previously, a cultivator of the pure jade realm could only obediently fall to the ground. Even when she was lying at the mountain gate, she did not dare to look at or listen to anything. The only suspicious thing was the Daoist crown. Previously, That guy moved very quickly and reached out to touch it. Only then did he dispel some rippling illusions that looked like a fishtail crown. It was very likely that the Daoist crown was the real one and not the token of the headmaster of the Beko Kekyung building. Was he worried that his sect would follow the clues and seek revenge? Was that why he used the Daoist crown as his backer? At the same time, he concealed the real Daoist vein of this person? No. With this person's temperament, he would never give himself away in front of her. The fishtail crown was the token of the second branch of the Beko Kekyung building. It was also a means that the other party used to intimidate people. A Daoist priest who was willing to fight for Taiping Mountain. Yes, he must be a foreigner from the Tongyi continent who came from the same branch of the headmaster of the Beko Kekyung building as Taiping Mountain. He must be a descendant of the headmaster of the Beko Kekyung building in another continent. This was because she heard from her father that the headmaster of the Beko Kekyung building had disappeared for a long time. Even when Taiping Mountain became a lord of heaven, he did not appear. Therefore, this young Daoist priest who hid his head and tail was really fickle and shrewd. Since the enmity between the two sides was deep, before this person left the Tongyi continent, even if he could live, he must be half dead. She, Han Jianshu, and the WN Yarrow sect had no reason to be humiliated like this. Jiang Shangzhen looked at Han Jianshu. Although he did not know how she and Chen Pinggan exchanged pointers, he was sure of one thing. This sister Han Jianshu had been abducted by the good guy. Jiang Shangzhen sat up and shook the wine jug. Seeing that the mountain chieftain beside him didn't move, he could only pretend to raise his head, raise his arm, and shake the empty wine jug with all his might. The good guy beside him still didn't move, so Jiang Shangzhen could only put the wine jug back down beside his feet. Of course, Jiang Shangzhen recognized this sister Han Jianshu. However, it was normal that Han Jianshu did not recognize him. When he was traveling in the Three Mountains Blessed Land, Jiang Shangzhen changed his name and appearance. Because of a small misunderstanding, he was relentlessly pursued by her. Later on, Han Jianshu accompanied her father, who was in the immortal realm, to visit the Jade Gui sect. Jiang Shangzhen was no longer the sect master and had gone into seclusion to hide. Therefore, the two sides did not meet face to face. In the early years of the Tongyi continent, no one dared to casually mention Jiang Shangzhen. After all, Jiang Shangzhen would personally visit and thank them. The four troublesome ghosts on the mountain were usually the sword cultivators, the legalist cultivators, the Daoist priests of the Saber division, and the people who owed money. However, there were also four troublesome ghosts who were famous in the Tongyi continent's mountain-blessed land. A certain B***starred who liked to ride the wind and recite poems. Old Ju Zi, who once rowed the boat for the third sect master, Lu Chen, was invincible in insults. Jiang Shangzhen, who was a flower that bloomed in the wall, was fragrant outside the wall. He did not die even after wreaking havoc in the North Continent where sword cultivators were as common as clouds. He was invincible in escaping and even more invincible in disgusting others. There was also a female cultivator in White Sovereign City who was usually bad-tempered but had many tricks up her sleeves. Occasionally, she was extremely patient. It was said that the female cultivator doted on a young man named Kanran who had just entered White Sovereign City. He was a martial nephew who had just entered the White Sovereign City. For her martial nephew, she did not hesitate to fight with a sect in the Central Plains. She used many unimaginable tricks and joined forces with her martial nephew. After 5 years, the two of them challenged a sect alone, to the extent that Zheng Juzhong had no choice but to send a flying sword message to White Sovereign City. As for the contents of the secret letter, there were many different opinions. Some said that it was to dissuade her and to quit while she was ahead. Some said that it was to reprimand her for failing to protect the Tao and that her spells were too weak. There were even some who said that it was the first time that Zheng Juzhong had personally instructed his last disciple, Kan Ran, on how to attack in order to achieve immediate results. In any case, in the entire vast heaven, there were not many who could guess Zheng Juzhong's thoughts. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, 2 earth immortals, 1 Jindan and the other nascent soul. The Jindan masters do not recognize them, but I had the fortune to meet this nascent soul big shot once. He was born as a wild cultivator and had only been a guest of little dragon Qiu for a few years. There are too few immortals on the mountain now. Any kind of trash can run up the mountain. In a flash, he has become the mainstay of the mountains and rivers of our continent. Chen Pinggan glanced at the nascent soul big shot from the corner of his eyes. The soul that was wailing above his head seemed to have sensed a cold gaze. It endured the heart-wrenching pain and immediately calmed down. No wonder he was born as a wild cultivator. Compared to the immortal master of the register, he could endure more pain. Little Dragon Qiu was a subordinate sect of Great Dragon Qiu in the Central Plains. Most of the cultivators there were immortal mirror makers. The treasure mirror made by Great Dragon Qiu was extremely famous. Among the 6 branches of the demon-revealing mirror in the world, the water dragon mirror, which specialized in suppressing aquatic demons, was monopolized by Great Dragon Qiu. As for the cultivators of Little Dragon Qiu in the Tongyi continent, they moved quickly and returned home quickly. It was not surprising that they had set their sights on the territory of Mount Taiping. This was because one of the core treasures of Mount Taiping's protective formation was the ancient mirror that the old Lord of Heaven had used to search for the big demon. Obviously, both Great Dragon Qiu and Little Dragon Qiu hoped to use the remnant Daoist rhyme of the ancient mirror to deduce its source and finally create an imitation of Mount Taiping's ancient mirror. After that, what else could they do? Make a lot of money. Now, they were aggressively hunting down the remaining demons of the 4 continents, especially the immortal masters of the register of the Liuxia continent and the Snowy Peak continent. Each of them was more energetic than the other and spared no effort to cross the continents. For example, the guest of the Liu family, the sword immortal Xu Jun, who was driving the mountain, was considered kind. In addition, he was a sword cultivator who had risked his life on the battlefield of the Jinjiao continent in the early days. For example, when Wanyan Laojing lost his mind, Xu Ming, who had concealed his identity and cultivation level, stepped forward resolutely and decisively handed over his sword to help the Jinjiao continent block a lot of losses. Thus, Jiang Shangzhen turned a blind eye to it. Han Jianshu finally straightened her back and raised her head. She sat cross-legged. First, she raised the back of her hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth. Then, she stretched out her hand to stroke the hair at her temples. Her expression was so calm that it made the scholar Yang Pu feel even more terrified. Even if Yang Pu did not pay attention to the outside world, he knew that the more this kind of mountain cultivator was, the more they were feared. And beside this pure Jade Realm female cultivator, there was an unsheathed narrow saber. Chop Khan Chen Pinggan covered his sleeves with both hands and pretended to stand up. He smiled and said, "Sister Jianshu, such a good demeanor. You are really a tough nut to crack. Admirable, admirable, admirable." Han Jianshu subconsciously stood up as if she was facing a great enemy. The crimson robe on her body shone brightly. Like layers of moonlight, the rainbow light overlapped, making her look like a goddess who walked out from the moon palace. Unexpectedly, Chen Pinggan had already sat down again. He raised his head slightly and just stared at Han Jianshu. He did not speak. After a long silence, he said, "My eyes hurt and my neck hurts." Han Jianshu was just about to put away the robe's strange phenomenon when her heartstrings tightened. In an instant, Han Jianshu was about to activate her natal item, the Earth of the 5 Elements. It was an old mountain that her father had moved from the Tongyi continent to the 3 mountains blessed land. Therefore, Han Jianshu's earth burrowing technique was extremely mysterious. When Han Jianshu had just burrowed into the ground, her entire body was smashed out of the ground. Her head was grabbed by the talisman array master and forcefully pressed down. Her back smashed into the ground, creating a large spider web. The opponent's strength was just right. It suppressed Han Jianshu's vital qi residence and prevented her from falling into the pit. Yang Pu sat on the steps in a daze. He did not see Senior Chen make a move. Instead, he saw the green-robed man stomp down heavily on the woman's face. He stomped on Han Jianshu's face. "You still have the face to look at Taiping Mountain in front of me?" He stomped again and again until the entire head of a female cultivator in the raw jade realm caved in. The senior, who was called Mountain Master by the old Lord Jiang, stomped his feet and angrily said, "Look, Look hard. Open your eyes and take a good look. Jiang Shangzhen did not feel that there was anything wrong. His expression was calm as if he was enjoying the scenery. It was a pity that there was no wine at hand. The only flaw was that there was no wine. Brother Chen was indeed a peak realm, a bottleneck martial artist. He could be regarded as a 10 realms martial artist in the Tongyi continent. Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the stunned Confucian scholar and smiled. He was still too young. Treasure Vase continent's famous Chen Yuxian, you should know of him, right? It was the young mountain master in front of you, Yang Pu. Wasn't he worthy of his name? Jiang Shangzhen coughed a few times and covered his mouth with his fist. He smiled and squinted his eyes. In those unbearable years, where every day was a matter of life and death, there would occasionally be a few things that made Jiang Shangzhen happy. For example, he met a round-faced girl in cotton clothes. They got along well with each other. For example, within the demon race, there was a saying that the Southern Ribbon Minister was the Northern Hidden Official. It was so widespread that those who survived on and off the Tongyi continent, no matter what method they used to survive, had all heard of this saying. In addition to the list of the top 10 young people in the world, the 11th person at the bottom was the hidden official. Therefore, the current peak realm of the Tongyi continent felt that this genius sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was a pity. He was not even 40 years old and held a high position at such a young age. It was a pity that he followed the Ascension City and went to the 5th realm. Otherwise, if he stayed in the vast realm, as long as he met up with either Qi Tingji or Lu Ji, or set up his own sect, then the vast realm would be destined to have a young sword immortal sect master who rose up quickly. Most importantly, this person was young, very young. As for the cultivators of the Tongyi continent halfway up the mountain, they did not know much about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They habitually regarded the Northern Hidden Official as a demon race cultivator from the Desolate Realm. If a young genius sword cultivator had too many accidents, he might die on the way up the mountain. However, a Sword Qi Great Wall of Sword Qi's hidden official, who was one of the top 10 youths, would definitely not die so easily. This was because many observant people had discovered that no matter if it was the top 10 youths or the top 10 youths, none of them had died on the battlefield. At most, they had gone missing. For example, the leader of the 100 Sword Immortals of the Moon-Bearing Mountain in the Desolate Realm, Zhu Gong who shone in the South Whirling War, Ma Kuxuan who fought to his death in the Aquarius continent, Xu Bai who was known as the Young Grand Duke Jiang, and Chun Qing from the Green Immortal Mountain were all still alive. Moreover, each of them deserved the title of Great Tao. As for Cao Ci, the cultivators and martial artists of the vast realm subconsciously did not regard him as one of the top 10 youths. Before the Landscape Palace Bulletin was banned, there was a small piece of news that did not involve the general trend of the world. It was able to stand out among the many secrets of the Palace Bulletin and be discussed enthusiastically because of Cao Ci's fist. It was a female martial artist called Zheng Qian. She seemed to have some relationship with the Thunder God Temple of the White Peak continent, but she was not a direct disciple of Pei Arxiong. During her travels to the Central Divine Continent, she had challenged Cao Ci to a total of 4 rounds on the walls of the capital city of the Great Duan Dynasty. There were not many witnesses. Other than the imperial tutor of the Great Duan Dynasty and the female martial goddess Pei Wn, there were only the White Peak continent's Liu Jubao and Liu Yuju, the god of wealth and god of fortune. However, there were still too few things to be happy about. Jiang Shangzhen was no longer a sentimental person. There were still many things that he found hard to let go of. Today, he had finally encountered 3 things that were worth being happy about, worth drinking to his heart's content. He had reunited with his good friend Chen Pinggan. The 2 of them were still alive and well. He had seen the young mountain lord of the Luopa mountain take action. He had seen with his own eyes that this young man was not so reasonable. There was also the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He was really good at fighting. However, there were some things that Jiang Shangzhen could not say. He had to let Chen Pinggan see, hear, and know for himself. Jiang Shangzhen clenched a fist and placed it on his knee. His other hand patted his knee as he spoke softly. Refining the chivalrous heart into an ancient mirror, the clear light piercing through the great void, emitting a bright light. The chessboard of 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, how many heroes at one time? Peeking at the ancient mirror is very thin, carrying books to check the plum blossoms, chewing the plum blossoms, romantic for all eternity like a dream, a venerable returning to the river and moon. Chen Pinggan stopped his actions and turned his head with a smile. It's not in tune, and it's hard to explain in a few words. It's heart-wrenching. Jiang Shangzhen raised his fist and waved it lightly. He smiled. I'll study more in the future and work harder. Chen Pinggan took a step back and returned to his original position on the steps. He asked a strange question. Jiang Shangzhen? As for that Han Jianshu, he pulled his head out of the ground with great difficulty. He supported himself with his hands and vomited blood. Yang Pu sighed. If that's the case, Senior will really fight to the death with the Thousand Jade sect. If there were no bystanders watching, Han Jianshu might have had some leeway after what happened today. The old sect master Jiang had always been a playboy, and he was famous for his frivolity. He never made friends based on the level of cultivation. Therefore, Yang Pu only thought that worshipping Ju Fei and paying a visit to the mountain master were all jokes between friends. Could there really be a mountain in the world that could make the old sect master Jiang be willing to be worshipped? But if it wasn't a joke, who had the right to say that Jiang Shangzhen was a piece of trash? Old sect master Jiang was publicly recognized as the #1 person in the Tongyi continent. Even the Dragon Tiger Mountain's Grand Heavenly Master made a trip back to the Divine Seal Peak from the battlefield at the Jiaolong Ravine. Jiang Shangzhen was confused. He turned to Chen Pinggan. Who else am I? What do you mean? Chen Pinggan suddenly asked. This year is. Jiang Shangzhen was even more confused. What's going on? Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment and replied telepathically, I always feel like I'm in a dream, and I haven't woken up yet. Jiang Shangzhen thought for a while and gave an explanation. In the attendant city, the year name was changed in the 17th year of the Divine Dragon. Now it's the 9th year of Yuan Shi. Chen Pinggan slightly calculated the number of years he had spent in the North Continent and frowned. 3 dreams, and each dream was close to 2 years. From the time when he walked out of the Fortune Cave on Luhua Island, that was, through the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the reversal of mountains and rivers in the Aquarius continent, to the time when Quisha appeared on the city wall and met him, to the time when he entered the dream and woke up, in fact, it had been more than 5 years. What did Kui Dong want to do? What was the point of letting him miss more and returning home later? Chen Pinggan looked at Jiang Shangzhen with a complicated expression. Was the person in front of him really not one of Kui Dong's thoughts? After all, a person's vision was limited. If it were Chen Pinggan himself, if he had Kui Dong's realm and learned 1 or 2 related secret arts, Chen Pinggan felt that he could also give it a try. When Chen Pinggan looked down at the world from a high place, the mountains and rivers under his feet were just a white painting scroll, like a dead object, and there was no need for Kui Dong to distract himself too much. But when Chen Pinggan looked closer, there were not many people, and Kui Dong could draw the people in the painting one by one, or put some effort to add the finishing touch, making them lifelike. Even if Chen Pinggan was in a bustling city, like the Tsai Ferry or the Yuzhou Mountain Ferry, which was bustling with people coming and going, at most, Quisha had purposely placed himself in a part of a blessed land similar to Paper Bai. And the reason why Chen Pinggan suspected Jiang Shangzhen in front of him was that there was a bigger secret. When he was in prison, the Ascendant Realm Frost Descend, with just 1 trip, Chen Pinggan's state of mind could evolve thousands of reasonable meridians based on this. And Kui Dong's cultivation was obviously deeper than the Ascendant Realm Frost Descend. In other words, every truth that Chen Pinggan knew, Jiang Shangzhen would know it as soon as he thought about it. Therefore, the truth of this dream was almost unsolvable. Before Jiang Shangzhen appeared, the natural pressure of the Tong Yezhou and the demon-subduing tower had made Chen Pinggan feel more at ease, but at this moment, he was a little absent-minded. Because he just remembered that all the feelings, even the vibration of the soul and the ripples of the qi dynamic, fell into the hands of Kui Dong, who was good at seeing through people's hearts and analyzing consciousness, could also be a kind of illusion that was close to the truth. This made Chen Pinggan a little irritated, and he couldn't help but take a big gulp of wine. Damn it, if he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have recognized any Marshall brothers. If he cut ties, a hidden official, a Dali imperial tutor, and Kui Dong probably wouldn't be so. Dao protector, right? It was said that a fall into the pit, a gain in wisdom. The truth-seeking game at the calligraphy lake was still fresh in his mind, and now, Kui Dong was doing something even more ruthless and merciless. What was he after? Why? Was Kui Dong like this as a Marshall brother? Did he really have to go straight to the Central Divine Continent's Confucian Temple to see the teacher, the Sage of Rites, and the Holy Master before he could interpret the dream and examine it? But if it was the fourth dream, why did Kui Dong make him so suspicious? Or was this also part of Kui Dong's plan? Chen Pinggan had never been so confused since he could remember. He didn't read or write, but he had never lived a muddle-headed life. He had learned boxing, read books, and traveled far many times. He had also gritted his teeth and believed in a few truths. So even though he stumbled and stumbled along the way, he always felt at ease in his heart. Now, it seemed that all the truths he firmly believed in, including those he copied from books, those he thought of, the flying sword, the boxing skill, the talisman, many natal items, and the small world of the human body, had become an attic in the air that slowly left the ground. It was just like the mirage on the ferry earlier. Maybe it was real thousands of years ago, but what Chen Pinggan and the ferry passengers saw was fake, because they were already at a ferry in the downstream of the river of time. Jiang Shangzhen felt strange and asked, Chen Pinggan, what's going on? It seems that, you don't even trust me? Chen Pinggan said helplessly, it's said that hearing is false, seeing is believing. I'm in an awkward situation now. I'm afraid that what I see is deliberately made by someone. On Jiang Shangzhen's side, Chen Pinggan was still willing to see him as Jiang Shangzhen. Just like whether it was a dream or not, when Chen Pinggan heard that there was such an encounter on Taiping Mountain, he rushed over without saying a word. Jiang Shangzhen was even more helpless. Could it be that you met the city lord of White Emperor City, and you were asking Zheng Juzhong for help? It doesn't make sense. This guy has been doing very well in Fuyao continent these years. He played the demon clan in one continent and 2 military camps in the palm of his hand. Now, more than half of the demon clan in the entire Fuyao continent have defected by him. What's more, Zheng Juzhong has no reason to fight with you. To be honest, no matter who you provoke, whether they are in the Ascendant realm or not, I can help. Only Zheng Juzhong is involved. I really want to help, but I can't. There were not many cultivators on the mountain that Jiang Shangzhen didn't dare to provoke. White Emperor City's Zheng Juzhong was one of them, and his ranking was very high. Chen Pinggan shook his head. It's not Zheng Juzhong. Jiang Shangzhen thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, Chen Pinggan, if you trust me, calm down for a moment and try to suppress all your thoughts. Then I'll write some old stories on a piece of paper. When the time comes, you'll know whether I'm telling the truth or not. But let me say it first. My realm is not at the peak now. 1 Han Yushu is nothing. If there are 2 Han Yushu, it's enough for you and me to drink a pot of wine. Chen Pinggan shook his head. It's not that I don't trust you, but it's meaningless. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. It seems that the trouble is really not small. Chen Pinggan still shook his head. It's not all trouble. It's just that my heart is empty, and I can't keep my feet on the ground. I've never had this kind of feeling before. Chen Pinggan was afraid. He was afraid that when he was young, he felt that his efforts were destined to be in vain no matter how hard he tried. After practicing boxing, especially after he became a swordsman, Chen Pinggan had thought that this kind of terrifying feeling of drowning and suffocating was getting further and further away from him, and that he would never meet it face to face again in this lifetime. Jiang Shangzhen closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. He stretched out 2 of his fingers and gently rotated them. Not far away from the stairs, spirit energy condensed and an object appeared. It was like a millstone, about the size of a well, and it hovered motionlessly. Jiang Shangzhen casually rotated his fingers again, and a blurry figure appeared. It was less than an inch tall, and it seemed to be in a boxing stance, about to fight with the millstone. Jiang Shangzhen then used his 2 fingers to condense 1 millstone after another. In the end, it turned into a round ball made up of thousands of millstones. Finally, with a light stroke of his 2 fingers, a small figure that was about an inch tall appeared in the ball. Jiang Shangzhen snapped his fingers, and the first millstone began to rotate slowly, crushing the pure martial artist. The latter then asked for Dao with his fists. On the other side, the Qi cultivator who was in the great millstone of heaven and earth actually moved along with it, rotating together with the small world formed by countless crisscrossing threads. Jiang Shangzhen slowly said, "Looking at the world from the perspective of a pure martial artist is different from looking at the world from the perspective of a cultivator. Chen Pinggan, although you have not slacked off in your cultivation after you rebuilt the longevity bridge, in my opinion, the more you see yourself as a pure martial artist, the more you cannot see yourself as a pure cultivator. This is because you seem to have never dreamed of attaining Dao and longevity, and have never treated it as something that must be done. Not only that, you have been intentionally or unintentionally going against the current. Once you understand this state of mind and this logic, looking back, is it important whether it is true or not? Whether it is a dream or waking up, will it really leave you with no one to depend on? If it is a big dream, so be it. What is there to be afraid of?" Chen Pinggan listened carefully to Jiang Shangzhen's every word. At the same time, he focused on the 2 scenes. After a long time, he nodded as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. "I understand now." Jiang Shangzhen raised his hand, clenched his fist, and raised his thumb, pointing to Mount Taiping behind the 2 of them. He smiled and said, "Have you forgotten where this is?" Jiang Shangzhen was saying, "Mount Taiping is the cultivation of me." Chen Pinggan stretched out his hand and held Jiang Shangzhen's arm. He was in high spirits and laughed heartily. "Brother Ju, you have wronged me. Jiang Shangzhen is not a good-for-nothing." Jiang Shangzhen smiled awkwardly. "I have to thank you. Firstly, it was because Mountain Lord Chen's praise was not pleasant to hear. Secondly, it was because that sister Jiang Shu finally knew who he was. Look at how her limpid eyes were staring at him, almost squeezing her eyebrows to the back of her head. Damn it, did she have to be so happy to see her brother Jiang? Han Yushu is probably already on his way here. What a good move. Most likely, the hairpin itself is a kind of message. Otherwise, that secret letter would not be so concise and to the point. Even Lord Jiang did not mention it." Chen Pinggan took out a pot of wine and handed it to Jiang Shangzhen. He looked at Han Yushu from the corner of his eyes and said, "As a consecrator, you should at least show some responsibility. You are an expert in dealing with women." "I can't do it." "Definitely not." Jiang Shangzhen took the wine and complained, "I don't think it's a good idea. Seeing each other so often will hurt our friendship. Han Yushu is an extremely experienced immortal realm expert. If I were just a consecrator of your family, fighting alone would not be a big deal. After all, if I beat him until he is half dead, I will pretend to be half dead and run away. But you just revealed my identity. Jiang Shangzhen can run away, but he can't run away from the Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Divine Seal Peak. So I can't fight for nothing. Get 2 pots of wine and let me be the chief consecrator." Chen Pinggan threw another pot of wine to Jiang Shangzhen. He smiled and said, "What's wrong with that? No discord, no concord. Since Han Yushu knows you, sit here and drink your wine." It turned out that Han Yushu handed it to Jiang Shangzhen. As for Han Yushu, he let him do it himself. After saying that, Chen Pinggan stood up. Originally, a pair of daggers slipped out from his sleeves. But for some reason, Chen Pinggan changed his mind and seemed to have given up the identity of Cao Mo. Chen Pinggan put the dagger back into his sleeve and gently rolled up his sleeves. Then, he stretched lazily. It was as if a series of spring thunders had exploded in his small world of mountains and rivers, bidding farewell to the old and ushering in the new. In his heart lake, ripples appeared on the surface, just like a letter. As Kuidong said, Chen Pinggan's brain was not good enough, so he was blind again. It was not until he reached Taiping Mountain and met Jiang Shangzhen that he could unravel the dream. The letter appeared in Chen Pinggan's heart lake for a moment and then gradually disappeared. At the same time, the sun and moon in his heart seemed to have many more scrolls of time, but Chen Pinggan could not open them or even touch them. But that letter was only opened by Chen Pinggan after many years. It's not just me who was locked in the attic to study, it's not just you who was lonely in Clay Bottle Alley. In fact, all children, on their way to growing up, try their best to open their eyes wide and look at the unfamiliar world outside. Perhaps they will gradually become familiar with it, or perhaps they will forever be unfamiliar with it. Chen Pinggan, you've been looking at it for too long and too carefully, so it's inevitable that you'll be mentally tired without realizing it. Why don't you think about it? How many years have you slept soundly and how many sweet dreams have you had? It's time to look at yourself and make your life easier. It's not enough to just recognize your own heart. How can you let a child carry a big wicker basket and go up the mountain to pick herbs with all the good principles in the world? How can a scholar like me, who tirelessly pursues the principles of the sages and the beauty of the world, be something that makes me feel deeply tired? Chen Pinggan, you're still young. How many times do you want to be a mad scholar in this lifetime? And you must do it early. While you're still young, you have to say a few arrogant words to this world, leave a few harsh words, and do a few magnificent deeds that you don't have to deliberately hide. Moreover, when you talk and do things, when you punch or sword, you have to hold your head high, be high-spirited, and be insufferably arrogant. When you study, you have to learn from Qi Jing Chun. When you fight, you have to learn from both sides. You have to persist in being kind to this world and learn to be kind to yourself. You have to let the children who follow behind you not only learn to be kind to others and get along well with this world, but also let them truly understand that being a good person, in addition to your own peace of mind, will also bring about real good karma. This is the true path that you should take. This is the real first dream of the 3 dreams. Therefore, the previous 3 dreams were to let you comprehend the word false in the real dream. This dream is to let you seek the word true in the fake dream. It is to let you see the truth in the dream. It's not enough to recognize the truth of yourself, you have to recognize the truth of the world. After that, there are still 2 more dreams. Continue to decipher them. Senior brother has already done his best to protect you up to this point. Just treat this as the last lesson on behalf of Master. I hope that in the future, there will be a day where the old have their own end, the strong have their own uses, and the young have their own strengths. Junior brother, please take a look at the world for senior brother. Kui Dong's thoughts today, even if there are echoes 100 or 1,000 years later, Kui Dong will have a clear conscience and no regrets. Kui Dong's lineage of the literary sage is not very good. With you, Chen Pinggan, is very good. It can't be better. Practice your sword well. Qi Jingchuan's thoughts are still not enough. An 11th level martial artist is nothing. Senior brother hopes that junior brother will one day. Hey! The last disciple of the literary sage's lineage is already a 15th level sword cultivator. Chen Pinggan took a deep breath. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Waking up was like a dream, and seeking the truth in a dream. No wonder that not long after leaving the fortune cave on Luhua Island, there would be a Tsai ferry that happened to pass by, and it would first go to drive the mountain, instead of fuming sect, and then it was sure that Chen Pinggan would first go to Yugui sect's Jiang Shangzhen, and eventually come to Taiping Mountain. Whether Jiang Shangzhen pointed it out or not, Kui Dong felt that Chen Pinggan could think of a sentence, Taiping Mountain, I will cultivate the truth. Of course, the premise was that Chen Pinggan was not too stupid. After all, on the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Kui Dong had personally deciphered the word Qinglang for Chen Pinggan, which itself was a kind of reminder. Probably in Xiao Hu's eyes, he already cheated, so if Chen Pinggan was still confused when he arrived at Taiping Mountain, he would probably be really stupid. But why did he miss it again? Chen Pinggan seemed to be asleep, but he was not. His mind was immersed in the 10th level, and the people and scenery in his mind became a gorgeous painting that changed from a simple sketch to a colorful painting. His hometown town, the Aquarius continent, the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Tongya continent, and the North continent. In the early spring when the world was peaceful, the martial arts fate of the 2 connected worlds gathered at Taiping Mountain of the Tongya continent. Dressed in a green robe, Chen Pinggan flew away like a rainbow, and the martial arts fate gathered on his body. He threw a punch at an immortal. Jiang Shangzhen watched for a while and really admired his master's shamelessness. His previous posture clearly showed that he was going to kill an immortal with 2 or 3 punches, but when the two sides really fought, his martial arts fate was about to come to an end in front of everyone, and he still pretended that he was a warrior at the peak of the mountain realm who was the strongest in the far-wandering realm. It turned out that he wanted that immortal to help him stabilize his realm. Was that Han Yushu really stupid or what? Did he really get addicted to beating people up? The spells were really gorgeous, and the mystical powers were really spectacular. Especially the talisman path, it was even more mysterious and had reached the peak. No wonder there were so many people sucking up to you in the Tongya continent now, saying that you were the #1 talisman after Yu Xian. You didn't really believe it, did you? After all, this saying was already set in stone. I, Jiang Shangzhen, was the one who created it, and then accidentally spread it. That immortal Han probably rarely fought to his heart's content, and his opponent was tough enough. Oh, Jiang Shangzhen had underestimated immortal Han. So he was secretly setting up a small world. Han Jianshu looked into the distance, making her very anxious. She was just about to secretly send a message to her father, but that person was extremely scheming and sinister. Other than being a martial grandmaster who had just revealed his identity, he was also a Daoist immortal who was also proficient in talisman formations. She could not rely too much on her family's 3 mountains mystic tome formation. But before she could send the message, a blood bead seeped out from Han Jianshu's forehead, and a willow leaf hung between her eyebrows. Jiang Shangzhen grumbled, "Sister Jiang Shu is really heartless. Did you forget about brother Jiang who picked up your embroidered shoe? Out of kindness, I returned your embroidered shoes with both hands. Instead, you were angry and embarrassed. You didn't even allow me to explain. But when there was no one around, you shattered my robe. Sister Jiang Shu, do you know how many pots of wine I drank after I returned to the Tongyi sect? But every time I opened the clay seal of the wine pot, the fragrance. It's you. Shut up, you bastard." Han Jianshu's eyes widened. "I've sent people to investigate. All the techniques you used at that time were indeed secret techniques that only the direct disciples of the Tongyi sect can pass down." At this point, Han Jianshu also knew that she had said a lot of nonsense. She bit her lips so hard that she did not even notice that blood was seeping out. She only said hatefully, "Jiang Shangzhen, Jiang Shangzhen." Jiang Shangzhen's eyes were even more bitter than hers. "You kept saying that you would recognize me even if I turned into ashes. But in the end, you pretty sister's words can't be trusted." The scholar Young Pu did not know whether to listen or not to listen to such secret affairs of the palace, so he could only continue drinking. Jiang Shangzhen held the wine pot with one hand and covered his face with the other. "Master, you've gone too far." A figure was seen falling down in a straight line, crashing into the ground 1,000 feet away from the mountain gate, creating a sizable pit. Jiang Shangzhen hurriedly looked at the flying dust and asked worriedly, "Fellow Daoist, are you hurt?" The man in the green robe jumped up and shook off the dust with his fist. "It's hard to deal with." Han Jianshu's face was pale, but a willow leaf had been nailed into her forehead, so she could not speak. In the sky, a person was hovering, holding a dark purple wine gourd in one hand. He breathed out gently. It was the immortal's supreme technique of the true Samadhi fire. The golden flame covered the sky and the sun, like a waterfall, poured down toward the man in the green robe. The master of the Wn Yarrow sect, immortal Han Yushu, looked at the mountain gate of Taiping Mountain and sneered. "Master Jiang, are you playing a monkey with your friend? Putting aside the fact that he has just ascended to the 9th tier, he is still able to break my array with just 3,600 talismans. Great sect leader Jiang, this friend of yours is truly incredible. He is young and promising. May I ask which Daoist expert of the Central Plains divine continent is he? Is he the disciple of the talisman Yu Xian?" Jiang Shangzhen put down the wine pot and stood up slowly. He smiled mischievously. "If it weren't for the fact that you almost became my father-in-law, the ancestral hall of the Wn Yarrow sect in the blessed land of the 3 mountains would be burning incense and praying to the ancestors. I've tolerated you for a long time. Do you really think that we're on equal footing after I fell from the ascendant realm to the immortal realm? That academy disciple sitting on the steps subconsciously wanted to drink again, only to find that the flagon was empty. Young Pu stood up with the old master Jiang. Anyway, he felt that there was nothing to drink to get over the shock. What he had seen and heard today had filled him with good wine and intoxicated him. It was no worse than reading the sage's books and understanding the meaning. It seemed that he could try to drink more when he returned to the academy. Of course, the premise was that he, who was not even a sage, let alone an earth immortal, could return to the Dafu Academy alive in this fight between the immortals. Han Yushu was just about to ask Jiang Shangzhen to release Han Jianshu when he frowned slightly and shifted his gaze. He saw the green-robed man standing there unscathed, holding a flickering spark between his fingers. He raised his head and looked at Han Yushu. He actually threw the true samadhi fire into his mouth and swallowed it. Then, he shook his wrist and said with a smile, "Both times, I was so close to being killed by immortal Han." Jiang Shangzhen was immediately anxious. He stomped his feet and said, "Good man, how can you be so honest?" Han Yushu was still hanging high in the sky, ignoring the two people on the ground. The master of the immortal realm's sleeves fluttered in the wind, looking ethereal and ethereal. Han Yushu was actually shocked. How could he be so difficult to deal with? Could it be that he really had to use those trump cards? Was it worth it just for a Taiping mountain that was already difficult to get? Jiang Shangzhen, who liked to hold grudges and was the most vengeful, was already troublesome enough. Now there was also a strange martial arts man, a direct disciple of an elder ancestor that was cultivated by a big sect in the Central Plains. People who cultivated both skills and martial arts were rare. Because they took a shortcut in cultivation, those who could be called masters were even rarer. It was especially difficult to advance from the golden body realm to the earth-shattering realm. Once one took this path and was greedy, he would be suppressed by the great Tao. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. Therefore, Han Yushu was not only wary of the other person's martial arts and talisman methods, but also worried about the other person's background. That person seemed to have seen through Han Yushu's thoughts and went straight to the point. "You don't have to worry about me having any backing. I am Cao Mo, a second-class guest of the Jade Medallion sect. Immortal Tsong Li, who oversees the Rain Dragon sect, Sword Immortal Shu Jun, and colorful clothes ferry manager Huang Lin can all testify for me." Han Yushu sneered. "Is it fun to talk nonsense all day long? Young man, do you really think you won't die?" The immortal shook his head. "Those who have the right to speak for Taiping Mountain are women who can only return to the Tongyi continent after 100 years at most. As for you, who do you think you are?" Jiang Shangzhen sighed. Great, they were really going to fight. This time, he could not stop them. Of course, Jiang Shangzhen did not think of stopping them. As the future chief consecrator of Luopo Mountain, how could he help an outsider? Chen Pingan looked at the immortal cultivator from the Tri-Mountain Talisman lineage. He pulled out the white jade hairpin that hid the children and kept it in one of his natal acupoints to prevent a fight to the death. If he did not stop in time, the small world would shake and the children would not be able to practice swordsmanship in peace. Therefore, when the hairpin was removed, Chen Pingan's hair was instantly disheveled. Then, he reached over his shoulder and gently grabbed his hair with both hands. He tied his hair with a golden ring formed from condensed qi. His knees were slightly bent and his body instantly bent a little. Fist intent flowed through his entire body. With one hand behind his back, the other took out a talisman. His movements were smooth and smooth. Finally, he laughed. "I like immortals like you who are made of paper and have a hard head." "750, paper celestial? How magnanimous of him to not respect an celestial." Han Yushu ignored the raging aura at the entrance of the mountain. He only felt that the young man's words were indeed refreshing. He was indeed a proud direct disciple from a major sect of the Central Plains. His words were humorous and his tone was not small. In short, after his kind advice, The arrogant young man still did not know what was good for him. Other than typing mountain from the Beko Kekyang building, Han Yushu knew about the divine grandeur sect of the Aquarius continent, Cao Rong, one of the direct disciples of the third chief of the Beko Kekyang building, Lu Chen, who cultivated on the mountain of the old White Frost dynasty, and Xieshe, the Taoism heavenly monarch of the North continent, especially immortal fire dragon's crouching peak. Jiang Shangzhen became more anxious and spoke quickly. Good man, did you drink too much? What the hell is paper celestial? Master Han's talisman Abhina is the best in the Tongyi continent. There's a saying that the Hao Ran talisman is the second best. You can't underestimate him. Especially Master Han's authentic Three Mountains secret tome. It's very strict. It's not any weaker than the Dragon Tiger Mountain's Five Thunder technique. He's especially proficient in the water and earth talismans. It's even more unpredictable. Not to mention the Phoenix Descending Celestial technique, it's a masterpiece. Han Yushu allowed the talkative Jiang Shangzhen to reveal his background. He allowed the young man, who seemed to be moved, to listen to Jiang Shangzhen's revelation. Han Yushu did not care. His daughter, Han Jiangshu, glared at him and said angrily, Jiang Shangzhen, do you still follow the rules of the mountain? Jiang Shangzhen stopped talking and turned to smile at her. Of course I do. If I don't, will Sister Jiangshu still have feelings for me? Han Yushu waved his sleeve casually, indicating that his daughter did not need to be angry. Jiang Shangzhen of the Jade Gui sect was this kind of glib-tongued person. This immortal's sleeve, at the same time, had shattered the talisman that the young man had previously hidden in the nearby mountains and rivers. Trying to play this formation trick in front of me, Han Yushu, is really trying to play the drum Thundergate. It's extremely laughable. Of course, Han Yushu was indeed wary of the former lord of the Jade Tablet sect. He was even more wary of Jiang Shangzhen's damaged willow leaf. When Jiang Shangzhen was in the unpolished Jade realm, there was a shocking saying that a willow leaf could kill immortals. This was not Jiang Shangzhen boasting. He had fallen from the Ascendant realm to the Immortal realm. If he was not sure that Jiang Shangzhen's natal flying sword was not suitable to be used, Han Yushu would only save his daughter today and immediately leave the boundary of Taiping Mountain. In any case, as long as Jiang Shangzhen did not personally make a move, regardless of whether Jiang Shangzhen spoke or not, regardless of whether he revealed the secrets of heaven, Han Yushu, Man, and Dao were all high up in the sky, hanging above the young man's head. Perhaps because Han Yushu had broken the core of the formation, the young man resentfully put away the talisman he was twirling between his fingers. Han Jianshu was somewhat pleased. Array master? He was making a fool of himself without realizing it. Did he really think that the second talisman, Immortal Han, was a casual joke among the earth immortals of the Tongyi continent? Jiang Shangzhen looked at Sister Jiangshu, whose face was full of vengeance, and his gaze became increasingly pitiful. It's only natural for a talisman to be an immortal. Another talisman immortal? I've never heard of him. Chen Pinggan laughed. I've never heard of him, but I've seen him with my own eyes. He seems average, barely enough to be old immortal Yu's boy to light the fire and pass the brush. His passable. Han Yushu dismissed it with a laugh. Jiang Shangzhen clapped his hands lightly. Even if you lose, you don't lose. You're indeed my good brother. My help in taking care of Sister Jiangshu was not in vain. However, Jiang Shangzhen was slightly puzzled. Why did Chen Pinggan not directly start a fight today? This did not seem like the usual style of his good mountain lord. No matter what, it was a pity that Yu Xian was still at the 14th level of the Immortal Soul 3rd level. Otherwise, Chen Pinggan's sincere words would be so comforting. It was like drinking wine, refreshing and refreshing. The key point was that Chen Pinggan had never seen the talisman Yu Xian before. Yet, he said such heartfelt words so naturally and naturally. Jiang Shangzhen felt that he could not do it or learn it. If he deliberately did it, both the speaker and the listener would feel awkward. Hence, this could be considered as Mountain Lord Chen's natural talent. Natal supernatural power? That old man Yu was really a man. After the battle between Fuyao continents by Yi and the sword-seeking sovereign, Yu Xian crossed continents alone to help. After that, for some unknown reason, he profited from the disaster and achieved the immortal soul 3rd level. Unexpectedly, he did not stop and returned to the human world. Near the ruins of the inverted mountain, he did not hesitate to exhaust his cultivation and personally detained an Ascendant Realm demon. It was rumored that Yu Xian had secretly joked with the Dragon Tiger Mountain Grand Heavenly Master that he had figured out something. The reason why his immortal qi was not complete was that he lacked a mount and was not majestic enough. However, because of this, Yu Xian's breakthrough was delayed for at least 300 years. The Academy's young PU had been holding an empty wine pot and pretending to drink. Today's events were too much for the scholar to take in and he was caught off guard. Actually, Han Yushu had not been in a hurry to take down the young man from the beginning until now because he had been carefully observing the surroundings. He was worried that the young man had a higher-level guardian hiding nearby and waiting for an opportunity to make a move. The entanglement of grievances on the mountain was the most tiring. If strangers met each other, it was best not to provoke the younger one. If it was an immortal master, it was best not to provoke the Grand Master behind them. The young man in front of him was obviously both. Han Yushu found it unbelievable that he had achieved so much at such a young age. He was not even half a century old, but not only had he received the most powerful martial arts gift right under his nose, he was also proficient in talisman. He was not simply a master of talisman. He could even trick his daughter, Han Jiangshu. It was a pity that Han Yushu did not know the details of the fight between the two, nor did he know if Jiang Shangzhen had made a move. If this person had set up an ambush in advance and set up a tactical array to lure Han Jiangshu into the small world of the mountain restriction, that would be good. But if the two met on a narrow path and fought because of a disagreement, then this young man indeed had the ability to single-handedly dominate an entire continent. And there was only one reason why Jiang Shangzhen was so calm and did not do anything, allowing the young man to confront an immortal. Jiang Shangzhen had already made a move on Jiang Shu. After all, there was the suspicion of bullying. This was because Jiang Shangzhen could not be compared to Jiang Shangzhen in terms of status, state, and fighting skills. In fact, Han Yushu did not think that he could arm wrestle with Jiang Shangzhen to determine victory or defeat. Among the cultivators of Tongyi continent, Jiang Shangzhen was firmly in the first place in terms of battle achievements. And the second place was not close to Jiang Shangzhen. After weighing the pros and cons, Han Yushu was more inclined to believe that Jiang Shangzhen would make a move instead of the young man defeating Jiang Shu with his own abilities. Otherwise, his daughter, Jiang Shu, who was a real unpolished Jade Realm cultivator, would not be so angry with Jiang Shangzhen in front of her. She had never met Jiang Shangzhen before, so there was no need for her to hate him to the core. Jiang Shu had always been sensible and was good at judging the situation. Otherwise, Han Yushu would not have brought her to travel all over the place. They would build up their relationship with various celestial families on the mountain. Sometimes, she would even be the go-between for the Wan Yarrow sect. Someone once said that the woman's smile was the most powerful flying sword in the world. If it was good-looking, it would pierce the heart. If it was not good-looking, it would blind the eyes. And this person was now sitting at the mountain gate drinking wine. Young Pu had a flash of inspiration. He looked at old Lord Jiang and the unpolished Jade Realm female cultivator who had yet to stand up. He then looked at the confrontation between Senior Chen and the immortal Han Yushu. Young Pu still felt that something was not right. For example, the senior mountain lord Chen who pulled the female cultivator's hair and flew with the wind, then invited him to drink after landing. Could it be that he accidentally exposed Jiang Shangzhen's identity in front of Han Jiangshu to set a trap for Han Yushu? Did he deliberately make the immortal think that it was old Lord Jiang who had captured Han Yushu? Young Pu sighed. If it was as he expected, then Senior Chen was too sinister. No, he was too meticulous. Han Yushu laughed. I'll feed you a round of punches first. Then, I'll let you slowly stabilize your martial arts. Take it as my last patience for an outsider. Don't do it more than 3 times. I hope you cherish your life. Chen Pinggan twisted his wrist and gently waved his saber. He looked puzzled. Aren't you sure that I have a protector? Immortals can lie through their teeth. Wouldn't an ascendant realm cultivator spew feces all over my body? Han Yushu smiled knowingly. Han Yushu's face turned purple. That bastard's words were so vulgar. He was like a lowly cultivator. Jiang Shangzhen tried hard to hold back his laughter. He glanced at the fairy of the Wn Yarrow sect who lived like a princess. She was really a sister Jiang Shu who was not worth Chen Pingan's scheming. No wonder Chen Pingan commented that she was too lucky and talented. It did not sound good, but it was not mean at all. Jiang Shangzhen shifted his gaze and looked at Chen Pingan from afar. It was hard to imagine that this was the young man who had mistakenly entered the lotus blossom-blessed land. Thinking about Han Yushu, and then thinking about himself, Jiang Shangzhen was even more thankful for his no discord, no concord. Chen Pingan purposely spoke the Tongyi continent's language that sounded a little jerky. It was actually quite smooth, so it only made him seem like an outsider. Only a few words in between would give him away, because it was the unique rhythm of the Tongyi continent's language. It was obviously a deliberate way of saying too much is bound to slip up. In other words, the unnecessary chat between Chen Pingan and Han Yushu had to be reasonable, and at the same time, it would give a great cultivator of the immortal realm a chance to follow the clues. Even if he did not think he was infallible, he would inevitably be suspicious. But if Han Yushu, who came from the Three Mountains blessed land, was not proficient in the Tongyi continent's language, Chen Pingan was destined to flirt with a blind man. But to Chen Pingan, it was just a matter of a few words. It did not take much effort. Facing a senior of the immortal realm who helped to feed him, this bit of etiquette was still necessary. Over at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there was nothing to do. Anyway, time passed too slowly, and his thoughts were too many too fast. He could only blindly ponder every day, and there was nothing to bite off more than one could chew. So, not to mention the Tongyi continent's language, even the mellow official language of the 10 great dynasties, Chen Pingan could probably speak it more skillfully than the native people. Especially when it came to the fine details, it was incomparably accurate. When an outsider believed in a certain truth, and Chen Pingan was deliberately calculating, he would give out bits and pieces of the truth that supported this vein. Jiang Shangzhen was even more impressed with his own foresight and unique insight. He was willing to bet on Luorpa Mountain early. He only spent some immortal money and got a registered consecrator. Next, he would fight hard for the chief consecrator. That Han Yushu was worried that new problems would arise, and was unwilling to continue to waste time with the young man. Otherwise, if there were people who came to join in the fun, they would take advantage of the situation and act obediently to Jiang Shangzhen. Most likely, they would use some reason like the difference in cultivation level, and the sovereign was an elder to smooth things over and stop him from teaching a junior who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Han Yushu did not waste any more words with the young man. He lightly patted the gourd with a purple luster on his waist. The momentum was not as great as before, but a wisp of true samadhi fire swept out from the gourd like a slender fire snake. It only shook its head and wagged its tail. In the blink of an eye, a flame rope that was more than 1,000 feet long appeared in the sky and swept towards the young man in green. The flame rope drew an arc in the air, as if there was a god who had yet to appear holding a whip, beating the mountains and rivers from the sky. Chen Pingan stretched out his hand and grasped the narrow saber that was stuck diagonally in the ground. He bent his knees slightly and stomped on the ground. Dust flew up, and in the next moment, he appeared a few miles away from the mountain gate. Purely with the wandering posture of a martial artist, he displayed the supernatural power of a land immortal. The slender figure in green paused for a moment, and the saber slashed at the flame rope that was coming at him fiercely. Han Yushu saw this scene, and his eyes were cold. He shook his head slightly. Jiang Shu actually lost to such a boorish man. If the news were to spread, it would be a huge joke. Han Yushu and the Wn Yarrow sect could not afford to lose face. The slashing blade of a narrow saber did not land on the fire snake rope at all. As the saber slashed through the air, the fire rope instantly wrapped around Chen Pingan's arm like a long snake coiling around it. The true samadhi fire suddenly shrunk to 100 feet, binding Chen Pingan's entire arm that was holding the saber. In the next moment, Han Yushu's mind moved slightly and a fire dragon appeared. Using a Qi refinement warrior's longevity bridge as the path, the aura of various abodes of caves was like the forest and the vegetation. Wherever it passed, everything would be incinerated by the fire dragon. Han Jianshu's eyes were shining. His father's move was obviously using the purest true samadhi fire from the ancient gourd. In the small cave of the gourd, there was a universe inside. Generations of grandmasters of the Wn Yarrow sect had used rare treasures such as dragon saliva to fuel the fire. The raging fire had been spreading for thousands of years. During this period, there were many treasures that were used to refine wood-type spiritual weapons. The true fire of this grade and the ancient gourd that contained a world of its own could only nurture 3 balls of pure true fire the size of a lamp wick. It was impossible for offensive treasures to destroy it. Even the natal flying sword of a sword immortal at the level of jade could not break this spell. In addition to being indestructible and extremely difficult to deal with, this spell was not exclusive to talisman. Its greatest mystery was that it could quickly bind a cultivator's 3 souls and 7 spirits. It used the aura of heaven and earth that the cultivator had painstakingly accumulated as firewood to burn. The more unstable the cultivator's daoist heart was, the more fuel would be added to the fire. A little carelessness could cause the bridge of 1,000 feet to collapse like an ant, and the fire of a star to burn the sky. The small world of the Qi cultivator would be in a pitiful state of burning everything into ashes in a blink of an eye. The more he struggled, the faster he would seek death. In short, Han Yushu could kill any Qi cultivator who was 1 level below the immortal Han Yushu, who had yet to cultivate a daoist's pure essence, or who was not an eminent monk who possessed Buddhism's supernatural powers. Han Yushu could use this technique to kill his enemy. At the same time, Han Jianshu took out a dark green Dharma saber. It pierced through the air, dragging a trail of fireflies, and went straight for the young man's head. It was like an executioner who was going to behead him. The Dharma saber green cloud was obtained by the founding master of the Wn Yarrow sect. It was a genuine half-immortal weapon. If it was not for the fact that it was damaged and could not be refined into a natal item, it would be a well-deserved treasure of immortal weapons. Its sharpness could even make a military school's sweet dew armor look like a piece of white paper. It was Han Yushu's mid-refinement item. Although it was not a natal item, its sharpness was unparalleled and could be used as a sword immortal's flying sword. There was a dragon-slaying platform the size of a book box in the blessed land of the 3 mountains. In the history of the Wn Yarrow sect, Han Yushu had used this Dharma saber to cut it in half several times. Other than being watched by the willow leaf between Han Jianshu's eyebrows, which prevented him from communicating with his father telepathically, there were no other taboos. Jiang Shangzhen's attacks were very measured and did not go too far. Hence, Han Jianshu could see the situation of the battle very clearly. Previously, when the true samadhi fire in the gourd appeared for the first time, the fire seemed to be like a flood bursting through a dam. However, it was only his father's trick to make the opponent lower their guard. After that, he took out a true flame lamp and used the Dharma saber green cloud to behead the opponent. This was the true style of an immortal who ended the battle quickly and defeated the opponent in 2 moves. Han Yushu made a gesture with one hand and pointed his finger. A small talisman restriction world appeared around the young man. Jiang Shangzhen nodded his head and praised, clean and efficient, receiving the Big Dipper to death. The ingenuity lies in the phrase, a heart without a mouth is a formation, a talisman without paper is true. As expected of the second talisman. I am fortunate to be a cultivator of the Tongyi continent with Master Han. I share in the glory. The stars in life each have their own value. Heaven gave birth to me, and I, Chenan, am here. Han Yushu's talisman formation spell was able to receive the starlight and use it for his own use. This rare supernatural power, compared to the likes of drinking dew and praying to the moon to refine one's form, was relatively rare. The lesser the inheritance, the lesser the number of times it appeared in the world. It was easier for Qi cultivators to dominate the world with one move. Han Jianshu, whose face was still stained with blood and dirt, had a slight smile on her face. However, her expression immediately froze. She saw the young man standing on a mountain peak in the distance. He seemed to be holding a saber in one hand and his other arm was raised high. He was actually holding the sharp blade of the dark green Dharma saber with his palm. His other arm was flowing with golden light. A fire snake manifested from the true samadhi. Fire not only mysteriously withdrew from the small human body world, but also seemed to be entangled by a golden Jiao dragon. The young man smiled and said, Taoism's meditative forgetting is to give up on one's heart. To study Zen and Buddhism, one must first be willing to die. The so-called willingness to die is nothing more than a decision. I, a mere land immortal, dare to arm wrestle with an immortal. Naturally, I am someone who is willing to die. Chen Pinggan turned to look at the mountain gate of Mount Taiping. He pretended to be enlightened and said, I understand now. Your father is indeed a senior immortal. He has the demeanor of a master. When sparring with a junior, he likes to give 2 or 3 moves first. Otherwise, if he shows off such a small trick in front of me, Sister Jianshu, shouldn't you laugh again? Chen Pinggan lightly stomped on the ground. His fists unexpectedly flew out and collided with the talisman restriction spell that covered the sky like a small world. The 7 stars that seemed to be embedded in the sky for eternity were like 7 flickering oil lamps. They were on the verge of collapse in the tide of fists. They were flickering and no longer had the mysterious phenomenon of changing mountains and rivers. Han Yushu was actually quite surprised. Not only was she surprised that this person could easily break the formation, she was even more surprised that the young man's bamboo Dharma robe was undamaged. Under the green immortal mountain's bamboo Daoist robe, the other party seemed to be wearing a heavenly immortal Daoist robe filled with Tao intent. It was highly possible that it was a Daoist robe with the rank of a half-immortal weapon. The outer bamboo robe was a camouflage. These people who came from the great immortal families of the Central Plains were really full of tricks. The true Samadhi fire, the Daoist saber green cloud, and the talisman restriction spell. When these 3 moves were used together, an ordinary cultivator in the pure jade realm would be greatly injured. Of course, Han Yushu could control his moves freely. He would not really kill the young man. Han Yushu had always wanted to investigate the other party's family background and sect's Daoist meridians. For example, he could force the other party to use some kind of Tao technique or supernatural power embedded in the Daoist robe. If the Daoist robe hidden under the bamboo robe was of a higher rank than expected, he could find a chance to stop. It was not easy to cultivate and climb the mountain. However, it was not easy to find a way out. Han Yushu was not a reckless person. The WN Yarrow sect was located in the blessed land of the 3 mountains and had been isolated from the world for thousands of years. They had painstakingly accumulated a strong foundation and had a long-term plan. Since they had decided to move the ancestral hall's deity tablet out of the blessed land to the Tongyi continent, there was no need to provoke a major Daoist sect in the Central Plains. This was because Han Yushu was determined to take the WN Yarrow sect under his control and gradually grow it into a powerful sect like the Tongyi sect and the Yugui sect in the past. Currently, the Confucian temple in the Central Plains strictly forbade cultivators from killing each other on the mountain peak. Once discovered, as long as the human world was affected, the Confucian temple would not hesitate to send 2 upper 5 realms cultivators to the Confucian temple in the Central Plains to be punished 50 times each before making a decision. Therefore, the number of upper 5 realms cultivators who were treated as guests but were actually under house arrest in the meritorious forest could be counted on 2 hands. If they dared not to apologize, there would be an ascendant realm cultivator from each continent who was not a sage of the Confucian temple who was responsible for inviting them to the meritorious forest to reflect on their mistakes. If they dared to retaliate, they would be beaten and killed on the spot. In the meritorious forest where the vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple, Old Master Dong, personally received guests, it was rumored that many old friends from different continents had reunited and had similar conversations. You're here too. I'm not lonely anymore. What a coincidence. Let's drink. Among these people, there was a sage of the Confucian school, Ju Mi, the mountain elder of the old Fish Duck Academy. Han Yushu had an idea. It seemed like he had to be more ruthless in this fight and hit harder. He could not be particular about stopping when it was appropriate. Otherwise, He would be embarrassed together with his daughter, Jiang Shu. One was an immortal, and the other was UPU. It would be difficult for him to pick up his dignity on Mount Taiping. Han Yushu had a thought and took the initiative to remove the last bit of light from the talisman's formation. He smiled and asked, looking at your martial arts fate, you're currently in the far travel realm, or should I say the peak realm? Since you're the strongest, you must be very confident in your fist techniques. Jiang Shangzhen chuckled and said, Sister Jiang Shu, did you see that? Learn from your father in the future. A true hero is someone who can take things and let them go. Han Jiangshu's face darkened. On the battlefield, Chen Pinggan had a playful expression. He held his saber in his right hand and said with a smile, make a guess. Not to mention Han Yushu, even Jiang Shangzhen, who knew him well, would not know the reason. Chen Pinggan purposely spoke a few more words with Han Yushu. It was not just to make things difficult for Chen Pinggan in terms of words. It was because he had no choice but to divert his attention so that he could stall for time with Han Yushu. It turned out that when Chen Pinggan entered the martial way's 10th realm as the strongest 9th realm, he realized that the gift of martial arts fate was split into two. One was real and the other was fake. Compared to the past breakthroughs, martial artists only collected the martial arts fate of the world. It was a completely different world. It was no wonder that Chen Pinggan felt that there was not enough martial arts fate. As for Chen Pinggan, he had no choice but to immerse himself in it. It was as if he was dragged into an illusory world. Finally, he arrived at the peak of a mountain. The martial arts fate of the world was as thick as water. Chen Pinggan was in it. It was as if he was walking in the river of time for the first time. There were 11 positions at the peak of the mountain, and it just happened to be able to accommodate 11 people standing in a circle. Merely in terms of seats, there was no difference in height, and it was even to the extent that Chen Pinggan was unable to distinguish the cultivation realm of every single martial artist. The martial way's 10 realms. In the past 10,000 years, the person who stood at the top of each realm was the only one in each realm. Not every strongest person in the world could stay here and wait for the next generation of martial artists to take their place. However, as long as a person had the word strongest in multiple realms, it was enough to be unprecedented. Then, he could occupy multiple seats. For example, the same person dressed in white stood in 4 different positions. He occupied 4 seats alone. He was the martial artist Cao Ci of different ages and realms. In addition, Chen Pinggan recognized Pei Bei. However, this female martial god only had 1 seat. A man dressed in a bright red robe with loose hair. It was Chen Pinggan himself. Chen Pinggan of the 10th realm met with Chen Pinggan of the 9th realm. That feeling was extremely strange. What made Chen Pinggan feel even more complicated was that among the 11 seats, there was a young charcoal girl with her arms crossed and her eyes wide open. He did not know what she was thinking or looking at. Other than Chen Pinggan, who had come to the peak of the mountain, everyone else, be it Pei Bei or Cao Ci, was just an illusion at the peak of the mountain. Chen Pinggan walked in front of the charcoal girl and subconsciously bent down slightly. He raised his hand and was about to knock her chestnut with a smile. As the first disciple of Luopa Mountain, why was she in a daze when she saw her master? However, Chen Pinggan raised his hand and put it down again. As her master, he was reluctant. Even if this disciple was not here, practicing martial arts was actually very difficult. Chen Pinggan was experienced and knew the bitterness of it the best. Chen Pinggan began to look around. He did not know what mysteries there would be in this place. He could not leave, and his mind could not leave this place for the time being. With nothing to do, Chen Pinggan could only guess whether the 11th realm martial artist was Pei Bei or someone else other than him, Cao Ci, and Pei Qian. In any case, there were only 4 people left. A voice echoed between heaven and earth. Why did you ascend the mountain? Chen Pinggan thought for a moment and answered from the bottom of his heart, when you punch out, martial artists of the same generation will only feel that the heavens are above. The owner of the voice did not seem satisfied with this answer. Not enough. Answer again. Outside the world of the mountain peak, Han Yushu really did not care about the demeanor of a senior. Even Jiang Shangzhen restrained his expression and watched the battle in silence. Han Yushu, who kept his magical blade and the green glow returned to his sleeves, another ancient item appeared beside him. It was the Daoist ritual item, Yunao, known as Yundan in ancient times. According to legend, it was an item used by ancient gods to travel through clouds. It was a tall wooden frame, much larger than the Yunao of the later generations. The wooden frame was made from a 10,000-year-old pine tree. Immortal Han Yushu's yin spirit was out of his body, his white robe fluttering. It was actually another ancient robe. Yin spirit Han Yushu stood in front of the Yunao, holding a small mallet in his hand. The ancient seal engraved the words personally made by Lady Yuan. It was a treasure left behind from the ancient secret realm. Yin spirit Han Yushu stepped on the white clouds and used the mallet to lightly strike the drum. Together with the incantation, the two were extremely rhythmic, both ancient and boundless. The Yunao of the Yunlin, the descent of a true immortal, the scene of candlelight, the fragrance of the spiritual wind, the music of the heavens. As he spoke, a woman who was faintly discernible in the sea of clouds opened her golden eyes. She walked to the side of the Yundan and extended her finger, following the mallet. Her finger lightly tapped on the surface of the Yundan drum, as if she was singing along with Han Yushu. Within the boundary of Taiping Mountain, clouds and mist rose everywhere, like a paradise on earth. In the white clouds, the sea of clouds surged and the waves of snow rolled. As for Han Yushu's real body, he opened his mouth and lightly breathed. The immortal boasted that the clouds were alive. From one of his natal Qi residences, a green talisman with pure water fate swept out. Han Jianshu's expression changed drastically. Was his father determined to kill this person? Otherwise, why would he use this talisman? This was one of the 6 secret talismans of the 3 mountains blessed land. Although this talisman was passed down in an orderly manner in the Wn Yarrow sect, only one person in each generation of cultivators would possess it. Even if others secretly flipped through the secret manual and learned the cultivation formula, they would still be unable to cultivate this talisman. The true beauty of the talisman Dao was that the secret manual of the elixir scripture was used to refine the small world of the human body. This was the true peak. Otherwise, the talisman in one's hand, no matter how powerful the technique was or how powerful it would still be an external object for the cultivator. It needed to be carved on the cliff. The true meaning of cultivating the talisman was to merge it with a golden core or nascent soul yin spirit. This was a saying in the Immortal's Void Walk. The 5 mountains are all bones, the 3 mountains are like a single piece. Leaping into the clouds, opening the lock of the heavenly gate, from a bird's eye view, one could comprehend the truth. As for the Wn Yarrow sect's sovereign, Han Yushu, in order to successfully cultivate this spitting river talisman, other than having the original treasure manual, he also needed to continuously strengthen it. This was not a good thing that could be done once and for all. Every 60 years, he needed to collect a bucket of water from the winter solstice, the rivers and seas of the Jianghu, not lacking the slightest bit of water. In the natal Qi palace of the talisman, he once again engraved the 4 words Rainmaster's Edict. On the summer solstice, he would take out the water on the summer solstice. With the help of the scorching sun, he would gather a lightning formation in his left hand and write the water dragon and thunder script in his palm. With his right hand, he would form the 5 dragons awakening formula and burn the great river flowing talisman. After drinking a bucket of water, the talisman would be filled with water. Finally, in the small world of the human body, a well would be continuously dug deeper. It would be able to interact with the waters of the 5 lakes and 4 seas and the 9 rivers and 8 rivers. When the cultivator holding the talisman faced an enemy, he would only need to silently recite the incantation and chant the incantation. Immediately, the heavens and earth would change, like the surging waters of the great river flowing talisman, gushing out water for thousands of miles. Jiang Shangzhen sighed, this talisman's water spell can move the seas, move the lakes, and move the rivers. A mouthful of saliva can drown a person to death. The ancients did not lie to me. Han Jianshu's expression changed again. He saw that his father really had the intention to kill. He took out another ancestral mountain talisman that only the sovereign could refine. Han Yushu used the sword incantation to write the two words Great Mountain. He divided his attention and pinched a handful of soil in his natal Qi palace. Then, following the incantation, he scattered it, forming a great mountain. There were many types of talismans in the world. Almost half of the talisman's cultivators knew about this talisman. However, how could it compare to the talisman used to move Great Mountain? In today's vast world, it was estimated that only the old almanacs of those big sects would have records of Great Mountain. Moreover, other than the ancient clans of the Aquarius continent like the Yunlin Jiang clan, most of the books and secret records were destined to be vague and unclear about the true origin of this mountain. The mountain hung upside down, with its peak facing downwards. Together with the flowing river that was hovering in the air and hadn't fallen to the ground, it formed a landscape that was interconnected. The sea of clouds on the ground was set off by the mountain and river in the sky, as if it was high up in the sky. Han Yushu looked down and sneered, "Is it that you pu or an immortal? The great heavenly tribulation of heaven and earth merging together, we will know once we try." He really did not believe that a random youngster would be able to reach the same level as him in less than 50 years of age. Once he decided to attack with all his might, Han Yushu no longer had any distracting thoughts other than creating a majestic restriction with power equal to the heavenly tribulation of UPU. Han Yushu's real body took out a golden talisman paper with 5 mountains drawn on it from his sleeve, using the sword incantation to write the two words 5 mountains. The talisman paper itself only lacked the two words talisman. He had already used the 5-colored soil of the mountains to refine it into talisman ink. Han Yushu threw the talisman paper into the sky. The 5 mountains hung upside down, like 5 natal flying swords, the sword tips pointed directly at the formation cage on the ground that trapped the youngster. Han Jianshu first saw that the youngster was imprisoned in the heaven and earth, then saw that her father had taken out the talisman. She wanted to get up, but she did not expect that Jiang Shangzhen was simply unreasonable and did not know the severity of the situation at all. A section of willow leaf once again pierced into her forehead, deeper than before, causing Han Jianshu to fall to the ground in pain, her spirit trembling incessantly. The flying swords of sword cultivators were so unreasonable. Even if there was only a little bit of sword chi and sword will remaining, it was still the most harmful to the cultivators heaven and earth. Han Jianshu said angrily, "Jiang Shangzhen, I advise you to stop while you are ahead, don't push your luck." Jiang Shangzhen blinked his eyes, his face full of embarrassment. He held the wine pot between his fingers and swayed it gently, feeling wronged. "Push my luck? Sister Jianshu, are you looking down on my little brother?" Han Jianshu did not understand. Yang Pu was even more confused. Old Lord Jiang's words were full of wit. Han Yushu turned to look at the mountain gate and asked with a smile, "Lord Jiang, can you let my daughter go?" Jiang Shangzhen shook his sleeves and took out a stack of talisman paper. He dipped it in his saliva and took out a golden talisman paper. He raised it up high and smiled at Han Yushu, "For you?" It was a talisman paper that was only missing the 5 mountains eye talisman. Han Yushu shook his head and smiled, "Forget it, the WN Yarrow sect does not lack this talisman." Jiang Shangzhen said, "I am a sword cultivator, writing the 5 mountains is more valuable than your talisman. You really don't want it? I don't lack money, but the WN Yarrow sect and Lord Han do. What's more, Sect Master Han, you are really old and your vision is blurry. Previously, I had clearly said that you almost became my father-in-law. Based on my reputation on the mountain for being devoted to love, have you not thought about why I would take the trouble to come and see Sister Jiangshu?" Han Jianshu was ashamed and angry. Han Yushu frowned slightly. Could it be that it was not Jiang Shangzhen's glib tongue, but that there really was an old incident that happened in the blessed land of the 3 mountains? Why did Jiang Shu not mention it? Han Yushu suddenly laughed involuntarily. In his early years, he had heard a direct disciple mention that Jiang Shu had indeed chased after a certain child of wealth for no reason. However, at that time, the spy of the WN Yarrow sect had confirmed that the person was indeed the direct disciple of the Tongyi sect. Therefore, Han Yushu did not intend to pursue the matter. At that time, the Tongyi sect was like the sun in the sky. Ancestor Du Marrow was the only ascendant realm in the Tongyi continent. His natal item, the sword-swallowing boat, could naturally suppress sword cultivators. Han Yushu retracted his gaze. In short, it was another messy account. Out of sight, out of mind. As long as it was Jiang Shangzhen, it would be so troublesome. Fortunately, the current Jade Gui sect's leader was Wei Ying. Han Jianshu was silent for a moment. He could not help but ask, "Old thief Jiang, why do you have this talisman?" Jiang Shangzhen rolled his eyes and said, "Rich people are handsome, loyal and not romantic." "Who are you talking about?" Jiang Shangzhen turned to ask the Confucian scholar from the academy, "Brother Yang, you are a gentleman. Tell me." Yang Piyu felt uneasy and said softly, "Is it Lord Jiang?" Jiang Shangzhen smiled and handed the golden talisman to Yang Piyu. "This is for Brother Yang. The gift is small, but the thought behind it counts. Don't mind. If you do, I will give you a few more." Yang Piyu quickly shook his head and said, "Lord Jiang, please give me a pot of wine." Yang Piyu also felt that it was a bit too much to keep holding an empty pot and pretending to drink wine. Other than the two conscientious Earth Immortals who were guarding the door, the rest were either UPU, Immortals, or sect leaders. Yang Piyu really could not keep up the act. Jiang Shangzhen took out a pot of wine and lightly patted the talisman on the pot. He threw it to Yang Piyu, "Finish it first, then return the pot and the talisman to me." Yang Piyu caught the wine pot helplessly. Han Jianshu sneered, "Lord Jiang is really rich and knows how to buy people's hearts." She was not a bookworm with a low level of cultivation. She knew the value of a Five Mountains talisman. In the world, water talismans, even Han Yushu's first-class secret talisman, the Spitting River talisman, could be used to draw water from anywhere as long as the quality was not strict. However, this Five Mountains talisman had extremely high requirements for the quality of the soil. This was because it was not an ordinary country's 5 mountains, but 5 ancient mountains, including Mount Tai. Later generations of talisman cultivators either did not know what Mount Tai was or knew of Mount Sui, one of the ancient 5 mountains. How many cultivators could ask for a handful of soil? The real trouble was not even the Mount Zhongnan that was covered by clouds and fog. This mountain was an illusory mountain. It was even harder to see its real body than seeing a mirage and then divining. It was even more troublesome than Mount Sui and Mount Zhongnan. One of the 5 mountains, Dong Mountain, had disappeared without a trace for more than 100 years. It was as if it had disappeared from the world. This made it impossible for the Great 5 Mountains talisman to be successfully refined in the world. Therefore, every 5 Mountains talisman in the world, as long as it was involved in business, would be sold at a high price. It was said that only a few talisman families, including Yu Xian, and one of the Liu family's 16 talisman storehouses in the White Jade continent still had some left. It was estimated that there were at most 30 of them. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. The Great 5 Mountains talisman was becoming increasingly difficult to find. On the mountain peak, the price of this talisman had increased several times in the past 100 years. Now, the price had reached the level of 1 talisman for 10 grain rain, which was shocking. After all, every time a cultivator used a talisman, there would be 1 less talisman in the world. With such a sky-high price, there were still cultivators who bought it. Naturally, it was not because they thought it was too expensive, but because the true value of this talisman lay in the great cultivators on the mountain peak who cultivated the earth method. They hoped to be able to deduce clues about Mount Tai, Mount Zhongnan, and Dong Mountain. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly murmured, "Strange." Imprisoned in an immortal's talisman restriction, Chen Pinggan leaned on his saber with both hands. He thought of 7 or 8 ways to deal with it. In the end, he chose a less cautious and unaccustomed solution. After cultivating for many years, he had worked hard to save money. There was no wine that he could not afford. There was no sword that he could not hand over. Chen Pinggan let go of the saber hilt and suddenly shook his sleeves. The yellow paper talisman surged out like 2 rivers. It did not try to break through the formation restriction, nor did it go to the sky to resist the pressure of the mountains. Thousands of talismans swept across the ground and finally suddenly stopped. With Chen Pinggan as the center, They formed a large circle that encompassed several miles. At the same time, he quietly took out a natal flying sword, the moon in the well. The sword split into thousands of swords and added a finishing touch to the talisman. Chen Pingan's back was facing Mount Tai. He said softly, "Raise the sword." A bright sword beam rose from the ground, smashing the sea of clouds and a talisman Mount Tai. The sword beam chi rushed into the clouds and reached the sky. Han Jianshu's face was pale. He said with a trembling voice, "It's really a sword immortal." Jiang Shangzhen looked up at the scene. In fact, he was not unfamiliar with it. This was because he was lucky enough to see it once in the North Continent. He was fascinated, so he had taken out a complete willow leaf back then. But today, looking at the willow leaf, Jiang Shangzhen, whose hair was slightly white, only put down the wine pot. He imitated Chen Pingan and covered his sleeves with his hands. Then, he turned to look at the empty Mount Tai. On another strange mountain peak, Chen Pingan slowly paced with his hands behind his back. Finally, he gave the answer again, "It's one realm higher than your fist." The world was silent. Moments later, his mind left the mountain peak. Chen Pingan picked up the chopper sword on the ground and sheathed it. Then, he took a step forward and came to the sky. He smiled at Han Yushu and said, "Chen Pingan of Luorpa Mountain and Wen Jian of the Myriad Jade Sect." Han Yushu looked sincere and bowed. Daoist Chen's sword skills are superb. I've offended you. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,